Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
As the agent for Peyton, Ansley, John Milton, you are indicating to me that you're quite familiar with Peyton, Ansley, John Milton, and that's basically you. Is that correct?
I am the agent authorized to represent Peyton, Ansley, John Milton, as written in all capital letters.
All right, and you understand for my purposes, though that language doesn't make any sense. So
No, I do not.
I understand. Okay, well, I'm telling you that. And so I am, until you disabuse me of the motion, or the notion, I am inclined to believe that you are both the agent and the person. So. And it's an
I'm
all
not a
caps.
person. I am one of the people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I love it. I'm one of the people. I am the Recovery Addict. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. Good morning. Good morning. It's Tuesday. We're Hump Day Eve, as some people have referred to this as. Oh, good morning. Good morning. It is good to be here. I have the window open, as you can see. Sunlight is streaming into my studio. It's the only time of the year I can do that, because otherwise the sunrise actually blinds me. It blinds me. So, oh man, are you ready for the defense to present their case in the Hannah Gutierrez Rust shooting trial? I am ready. I'm ready. I'm super excited. I just sent my accountant all the questions. She just asked me a million questions, and I just was able to. Well, Mrs. R.A. was able to answer them all, and then I was able to email off the answers to make it look like I'm really smart. So now I think she can finish the taxes. Wonderful. Let's see. What? Good morning. Say good morning. Oh, here I am. That's where I am. Something's wrong. Something is missing. I don't know what it was. It was me. I was gone. Good to have you all here. Good morning. Hope everyone's doing great. Is seating working? Seating is working. I see you all taking your seats. Beautiful. Oh, we've got birthdays. Boy, do we have birthdays. I see a few of them. Before we do birthdays, though, we've got to say Wendy by proxy. Let's see. Where are you, Wendy? There we go. Wendy by proxy. Gotcha. First in chat this morning. I believe this is a first for you. Wendy, this may have been entirely unintentional. You may not have known. You might have just opened up YouTube and, thought, that looks like an interesting stream. I'll pop in there, see what everyone's doing. You just jump in, you say hi to everybody. You were actually the first. There was nobody. Before you, it was silent. It was calm. It was quiet. It was peaceful. And you blurted out hi. It's like shouting during an SAT test, or your level 5s or whatever. For those of you that are across the pond, but you don't do that, Wendy. You don't. I mean, you do, but that's okay, I guess. First in chat comes with a punishment. You broke the peace. You broke the silence. You broke the law. We're going to sentence you to internet ownership for the rest of the day. That means everything IP related worldwide falls nicely on your shoulders. So. Expect a few calls, expect a few people, maybe some frustrated users. You might have to do some remedial training with some people who are struggling with the internet in general. Hopefully you don't have a major outage to deal with, because the big companies are just a bear to deal with. But anyway, that will be you today. Wendy, congratulations. To commemorate this occasion, and this going on your permanent record, you're able to pay the low fine of 50 cents and download your own copy of Internet Ownership Certificate, which you then can fill out with your name yourself, because it's blank. And you can do that if you so choose, if you'd like a copy of your record, which is suitable for framing or inclusion in, say, your resume. You can do that. It's available on the YouTube page. If you click on the shopping channel, it's in there under Internet Ownership Certificate. Congratulations, Wendy. By the way, I believe that's a first-time offense. But we'll remember now. But good win. That's amazing. We have birthdays all over. We have Ayden and Unholy Saint. Should I be writing these down? I've come to depend on Sharon. Let's see, Ayden. I like that name. Addison. I'm sorry, Addison. If I pronounce it better, right, it's even better. Addison, happy birthday. We're going to have Unholy Saint, which I think Unholy Saint, you filled Danny on direct with glee with your name. So I saw you over there on her live stream on Friday, and she really likes your username. So I think she mentioned she was going to steal it. Let's see. There might be some other birthdays out there. If there are, let's let it be known now. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Oh, we have Tish. We have Tish. Oh, thank you, Mrs. R.A., for my phone back. We have the burner phone again. It's not the burner phone's birthday. I don't know when the burner phone's birthday is actually. It's old. It's almost older than me. Let's see. So we have Tish. We've got Tish on here. Tish, great mod by the way. Christina. It's going to be one of those days. We're gonna have to bring our A game. Christina. There we go. I spelled it correctly even. Okay. Missy Dee Dee Moo. Viola. Okay, so far so good. Gypsy Moon. Viola is 11 today. Viola is 11. Gypsy Moon. We're excited to sing to Viola. Let's see. Gypsy Moon. Piper, who is 6. Piper. Man, I wish I remembered when I was 6. Nancy. And Margaret. Oh, my goodness. Whew. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We've got 10. Are there anyone else, since you're going to have to like flag me if there's another birthday? Like by typing my name in there, and I'll just look. I'll wait for I'll hold off because it looks like a lot of people were born today. I don't want to overlook anyone amongst all of this. Let's see. Let's see if we have a message in here. Princess Buttercup. Hey, Mom loves me. I feel better today. I love her too. Good. That's good news. Glad you're feeling better. Silky Mom, is Wendy at fault for the dongle failing at my work? Yes. Not at fault so much. She didn't make it fail, but she's responsible for fixing it. So technically, you can blame her. That comes with internet ownership. And Princess Buttercup says, I found her credit card. Yeah. Bite me's in trouble. Rebecca's in trouble. Let's see. We have, I'm just looking. Piper is my granddaughter, says Holly Mack. Piper, granddaughter of Holly Mack. Excited to be able to sing to you today. Let's do that. Let's see. My husband, Jed, it's his birthday. We'll add Jed on the list. That means, Katia, you definitely need to sing very loud today. See, Nancy and Margaret are on the list. They're my sisters-in-law, says Twubble. Same birthday, 20 years apart, age 79 and 99. I can't wait to sing to them. That is wonderful. Anything else? Princess Buttercup says I'm ignoring. No, I just, there's a lot of text to look through. You're going to unintentionally rap the birthday song today at name parts. That's a heck of a birthday list. I might have to pause the birthday song. I have the ability to pause like mid-song, like just pause and put all the names in. We've done that before, but I think we'll do, let's do that. We haven't done that in a while. Let's see, change latch to pause. There we go. Now once we start the birthday song, I can just pause it and then start it again. The downside is it never finishes. So, okay, are we good? My wedding anniversary is next month. Does that count? It's close. We'll definitely celebrate it. Let's see. Oh, yay, says Kimar. I finally just bought my internet ownership cert. Finally. I imagine we went through a couple reiterations of that certificate before you got yours. So, all right. So my cousin Darren's birthday. Okay, we'll put it on here. Darren has to listen, though. So that means you have to quickly call him and say, quick, subscribe to this YouTube channel. They're about to sing happy birthday to you. And Lauren. Oh, my goodness. We're gonna try to fit these all in. I think I hear the buffer. At least the buffer should be going. Why is the sound not working? Are you hearing sounds? I'm not hearing sounds. Can somebody do a command? Just let me pick one person. Greeners, can you trigger a command that has a sound effect? I don't hear the buffer. I don't hear the sound. Why? Let's go through headphones.
I'm not a cat.
There we go. We were going through through HDMI. I have to reroute the audio.
Someone with more experience.
Now they're all working. They're working. Okay, this is important. This is important. So now the buffer sound works. All right, Diana, 4 months. Proud to be part of such a great channel. Thanks, Recovery Addict, for all you do. Diana, thank you. Thank you for being here. 4 months. That is awesome. We need to get started here because soon things are going to happen. We need to be available for that. Candace Hoff.
Miss the forest for the trees.
Those two go at the same time. I need to fix that. 6 whole months only because of people's generosity. I love it here. Candace, you have a yellow courthouse. Thank you for 6 months of support being here. Buffer one more time. What did I mess up? Buffer testing. Okay, the buffer is working. Everything's good. We're good. Princess Buttercup wants to know is if you will put the paw print emoji with your special emojis. Buttercup steals my credit card and makes demands. I am limited on the number of emojis I can make, and it's directly tied to the number of memberships on the channel. I don't know why they tied that, but as you get higher, the number of memberships needed to add one more emoji is much bigger. And so I don't know when the next one opens up, but membership sort of dips and ebbs and flows. It goes up and down a little bit like this, like a, see how it looks better this way. It does like that. And I'm almost breakdancing. I'm feeling it. And so if I'm on a dip, and I delete one and try to add a new one, it says, oh, you don't have enough membership. So I've actually lost some when I've tried to add new ones or deleted others, and I've learned just not to mess with them. But I'll check and see if there are any available. I'm pretty sure we're on a dip right now, so I don't think I can do any new emojis at this moment. Julie F. says, I love this channel. Thank you. 8 months, Julie.
The zombie apocalypse
Thank you.
may be upon us.
All right. How high do we need to get for more emojis? Petrified. Let me hold on. No, just kidding. No, petrified. That's funny. That was a funny joke. I got it. Let's see. I think we're all good.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches
I think we're ready to sing.
I don't know who won.
What was the last? I added Lauren. Was that the last one we needed to add? Was there anyone else? We're good. Now we have like 12 people on the birthday list. So let's go ahead and sing the birthday song together, everyone, together. That's important. Here's what's going to happen. We say happy birthday to, and then we're going to rattle off the list. And let's go. Addison, please either commit this to memory or write this down. Addison, Unholy Saint, Tish, Christina, Missy Dee Dee Moo, Viola, Gypsy Moon, Piper, Nancy, Margaret, Jed, Darren, and Lauren. And then we start the music again. Are you with me on that one? Does anyone need me to repeat the names? No, you got them all? Excellent. All right, here we go. La 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 la. All right, we've got this, guys, just like we practiced. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Addison, Unholy Saint, Tish, Christina, Missy, Dee Dee Moo, Viola, Gypsy Moon, Piper, Nancy, Margaret, Jed, Darren, and Lauren. Happy birthday to you. Was that too much of a cop-out? I did it in one breath. That should count for something. Oh, wow. Lots of, the meter was a little off. There are so many birthdays to celebrate today. So many great people celebrating this day. I realize there are many places you can celebrate on your special day. I mean, it comes around once a year, and basically what you want, it's your day. You get to choose. And so many of you have chosen to be here with us. I appreciate that. Hopefully we can make your special day a little better. And hopefully there's a Denny's nearby offering you free pancakes on your birthday, which should also happen. I think my neighbor is on his way over. He is. He's on his way over, which means one of two things. Either he wants to join in the singing, which it's not, or his TV is broken and he needs me to help fix it, because that's what I usually do. So I might have to take a break here in a little bit. We'll see. All right. Let's see. It's Tears Day. It's Tears Day. Ooh. That was a good version. I think I was pretty happy to celebrate. Eminem's been real quiet since that birthday verse dropped. Well, he's got competition now. You know, I can spit bars with the best of them. That was amazing. Great job, says Angelique. Thank you very much to everyone. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be able to celebrate. I can't turn the music off because it just pauses there, and then next time I start, it will be stuck there. We'll just start mid-verse. We have to let this play out. All right, don't forget about Denny's. It's going to be a record for the longest one. Yeah, I think the longest in one verse, definitely. That's right up there. I did go high on it. I did go high. Lower takes more air, I think. There we go. We got the big finish. It's been rare to get the big finish. That light goes off. Now we're good. Now I can change it back to latch. Sweet. If I haven't told you before, I love this piece of equipment. It's not the newest and best one out there, but man, it works. It works so well. It just does everything I need. It is awesome. It's a Rode Podcaster or Rodecaster Pro is what they call it. It's designed for podcasting, but I use it for mixing. All right, we have. Let's see what happens today. We have court supposed to start soon. If I can get there. Hey, Mrs. R.A. Why didn't you sing? You were here. I heard nothing out of this ear.
I was singing in my soul.
You guys, we've got to do a quick poll.
Give me your phone. I have to give our money away.
Okay, she's taking my phone and giving our money away, probably to taxes. Quick poll. What happens? Here, let's not do a poll. Let's do an open format because I don't want to be the only person that inputs information here. Start a Q&A. So chat is going to be locked down for just a second because we have some questions on hand. What happens to people who don't who don't sing the birthday song? I'm looking at you, Mrs. R.A. She stood here next to me the whole time silently, like a ghost. There we go. So we're going into Q&A mode. Here we go. What happens to people who don't sing the birthday song? The question is live. We're going to look for some responses. I think I can pin responses on this. I haven't done this very often. Nothing's happening, so I'm not sure if anyone is able to see anything.
Our neighbor actually lost his phone. He needs us to call it to be able
Okay.
to find it, but I don't know his number.
Ask him what his number is. I don't know.
He must just know his number.
Okay, here we go. We've got a couple answers. Don't bite the hand that feeds you the Mountain Dew. I'm going to move the Mountain Dew from that side to this side. Lump of coal for their birthday. They have to sing it solo. Does she get an out for doing the cha-cha-cha instead? The red pen, I'm wondering if you're asking for her or for a friend. They have to buy each of the birthday people a gift, says Adam. Dance on live, says Crystal.
Okay,
Dance on live.
People.
I think that might be a good one. Okay, we're going to end the Q&A because I don't want to bite the hand that feeds the Mountain Dew. We're going to. Oh, wow. She has to sing on camera tomorrow. They don't get sung to. They get timeouts. They melt in a puddle of burnt candles. They have to go to the store to buy more pickles. Public humiliation, says Dusty.
Holy cow.
The crowd appreciates it if the voice is bad. They're thanked for not making people cringe by their hyena-like voice.
Right.
No treats today. They don't get cake. They have to call in and sing solo. They're sentenced to play Eminem tracks on their phone in front of their grandparents or children, priest, elementary school teacher. It depends on the track. There's one or two that you could probably get away with if you play it really quiet during some parts. All right. Thank you for the great Q&A answers. There are some more answers up there that we'll pull down. Those were funny. All right. Weezer says we love you, Mrs. R.A. So.
You're grateful I didn't sing quite right.
They get 10,000 for low vocal lessons. Let's see. We're supposed to be starting court here. Jury's supposed to be there at 10:30. We don't have. Okay, hang on. Let's go here and then here. And then where is it? I'm not seeing it there. Let's do it down here. So many places. So many things to sort out. Okay, Google Drive. I'm done with taxes. We can shut that down for the next year.
Are we done with that? Did you send
I sent it. We're good.
Awesome.
Okay. Okay, we're supposed to be starting any time now, but we're not sure. The jury's not going to get there till noon our time, which is in 2 hours. So sometime between then and now, I know they have some work to do. Oh, I'm in top chat. That's a problem. Hang on 1 second. How did I get in top chat again? Bianca, welcome to the gallery. Look at that green courthouse. Looks great. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Let's see. I think I missed a couple things. Malin is Law. Cha-cha-cha. Thank you for adding that. Death by Denny's is Lucky 13. Witchy Mama says they get a kiss. Coffee and Crime. Love this community. I listen at work, so I'm usually lurking. All right, thank you for the great way to spend my day. Lady Draconis gifted 5 memberships this morning. Thank you, Lady Draconis. I run into you on more LawTube channels than anyone else, Lady Draconis. I think you might be addicted. Angelique, that was amazing. Great job. It was good. Rick Groover says, best channel mods and community, best to be part of. Thank you. Ellen Sullivan, member for 2 months. And let's see. Thank you, Ellen. Julie F, member for 8 months. Says, I love this channel. Candace Hoff, member for 6 whole months. Diana, we had you earlier this morning. 4 months, proud to be part of this great channel. Thanks for all you do. Why are these not showing up on the screen? Are they showing up the right way? I think we got them. I think they did. I was just looking at the wrong spot. Okay, now we're back to live chat. Melissa says, I spent the day yesterday at the zoo with my little one, but I've been catching up on 1.75 speed. Did anything important happen in the last hour? The last hour was a terrible witness in my opinion. In my opinion, he was an expert witness, which gives us a little bit of leeway to sort of poke fun at them because they're paid a lot of money for what they do, a lot of money. It makes them almost like a courtroom celebrity, and so they don't have the same protections as far as speaking goes than us. What's that? And he charged $10,000 to enhance pictures, and it didn't work. It didn't work, but he still charged him the money. It was interesting. It was if you're a photo person, you might find it interesting. He has the right words, the right knowledge. Just the end product wasn't phenomenal. And Mrs. R.A. just decided she's got a side hustle, enhancing pictures. All right, he did try his best. He did. Enhance. Yes, enhance. Let's see. What do we do between now and then? Who was in the chair today? As far as witnesses, Cindy, we're sort of like in between, because yesterday the last witness was the image enhancer guy, and then the state rested. That was their big finish, which was like wah, 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 wah. It was not great. And so now the state's rested, and now we have to determine if the defense is going to present a case. I think they will, because they've literally been telling the judge all along that it's going to take till this time. The judge, I'll tell you 2 things. The judge does not want to go over the time limit allotted for this trial. She also doesn't want to go significantly under, because that also wastes the court's time, because they've blocked out time and now nothing can happen in there. So they like it to fit. And they want it to fit, and because that, they've all along the way, they've been talking to the attorneys saying, how long will it take for each side to present the case? And they're like, well, it depends who we call, but she wants that timeline. And they picked March 8th, which puts us at the end of this week, as we're going to be done by this date. And the jury might still be deliberating beyond that, but the trial is going to be done for all intents and purposes at that point. And so I do think that defense will put on a case. I am thinking more and more
the
that
zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
It may. I'm thinking more and more that Hannah is going to testify, because at this point, I'm not sure if there's any.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
I don't know. I don't think there's anything more damaging that can come out. She's going to say she did her job right. Everyone who said that she did her job wrong has already talked about it. There's nothing, some secret. She's not going to get up there and spill the beans on using drugs. Okay, I don't think that's going to happen, and that's about the only thing that could. So I think she's got very little to lose right now, and possibly, clarify a couple things. But I don't think it'll get her out of a conviction. I think that'll happen either way. Hannah will benefit by testifying. I think Hannah will take the stand, says Pamper Glamper, which means I have to eat my words because Peter Tragos was saying Hannah was going to take the stand a long time ago. And I couldn't see that far into the future, and I said, we disagree on this one. So this would be one more notch in the category of Peter was right and R.A. was wrong, for those of you that are keeping score. Yes, it is very one-sided on that spreadsheet. In favor of Peter. She needs to at this point. I read that her dad, they'll read it's on the witness list. Hannah's a talker and doesn't know when to zip it. I don't know. She's had some time to prepare. I think she might, with proper preparation from her attorney, do a good job on the stand. And I'm not sure if the style of questioning that we get from the prosecutor is going to crack her at all. The burner phone is back. Is the burner phone back?
I'm still trying to pay people.
Well, she's still trying to make things happen. The score is 56-73 to Peter and 2 to RA. What were the two that I got right, Elizabeth? What were the two? I don't recall.
They're calling and I haven't paid yet.
Oh, it's the lawn care guy. Hang on.
Call from
the lawn care guy.
To accept, press.
Hey, what time are you coming by to do the lawn? No, just kidding. This is RA. How are you doing?
G4 Outdoors on YouTube.
Yes.
Just a quick recap from my perspective on yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it was creatine in the green bag, in the clear bag, in the hand that went in the trash.
Okay.
The armor, the bullet manufacturer guy, the cute
Seth Kinney.
I really felt like he was just a slime ball. He come up with words like populating the box with bullets.
Yes, some of the cases were populated.
It came off really slime ballish to me. And I really want to get my young niece, like 5 years old, into the picture manipulation
I tell you,
field of work.
All your children need to be in this line of work. It's easy to do. You can do it with your phone. We know that because the results we get are better than what the pros are doing. So you can do
Right.
it with your phone and charge $10,000 a pop. I'm sure there are plenty of cases out there with pictures that need clarification. So there's more certification for
on your intro.
Yeah.
Your intro is very fun and uplifting, and probably one of the best intros on YouTube.
Thank you. I desperately need to update it, possibly with some more. I've got like 3 ending audio, and I run all the ending audio manually. So I've got the music, and I just choose what, depending on how I feel in the day, what sound effects or what story we're going to tell. Whether it's the sob sit one.
As the agent for Peyton, and
that's the one we did this morning. It's not a really fun one. I haven't done this one in a while.
I understand. Likely offense will continue, but if he finished peeing, that offense is not going to continue for a while.
That's a fun one. It's about somebody.
All right, I'll let you continue there. Have a great day, sir.
Thanks for the kind words. I appreciate it. We'll see you.
Sure, bye.
Bye. On that note, we need a little bit of ASMR. It's very good. Okay, I have to give the phone back to my wife for just a second, so I can't take any more calls for just a minute because she's doing stuff. Swipe up from the bottom. It should switch over. All right. Ann Miller says, what is my email address? I have an address for you. Email address is mdrecoveryaddict@gmail.com, but you can find that on the About page as well. Let's see. You're done? Who did you pay and for what? What? Okay. The people we owe money to? That's always good. Those are good people to pay. Keep them happy if you can. All right. We have sort of a free morning. We did get a late start, but we've got a free morning to sort of discuss things if you would like. Did you watch A Police Chase? We Need Excitement. Mary, I need help from someone in Arkansas. I cannot tell you. I need somebody in Arkansas that we may be able to come to a business agreement with. I need somebody who's able to understand the process of requesting every dash cam video from every pit maneuver done by the state of Arkansas every week. Now you think that's not very many, but no, it's like 20 a week. Arkansas, literally, they pit 20 cars a week, and some of them are at 100 plus miles an hour. It's a regular occurrence. Arkansas will not release the video to me. They will not release the video to anyone unless they are a resident of Arkansas. And so I need a resident of Arkansas who can source videos and release the original ones to me so we can share those. Welsh Lady, I have not listened to any messages yet. I'm sorry. I'll need to get to that. Late but present says, I can do it. Are you in Arkansas? Do you understand? Do you know the process? I'm looking for the state police. I'm looking for every police chase and pit maneuver in the week from the state police. All the video captured during that. So it would be body cam, dash cam, and in-car cam. And sometimes you have to word it a little tricky. I don't know if they have like a portal where you can just, once you get access, you can just download all of them. But I'm seeing like 12 or so a week come out, and I just need them. They're good things to share, and I can't take them from other channels that share them. That would not be right. So reach out to me on the burner phone if that's something that you're able to do. Arkansas State Police doesn't have body cams, right? So it's just the dash cam and the in-car cam, like the prisoner cam. Pit at a plus 100, that's a lawsuit waiting to happen. Malin is law. Arkansas does it different. That's like their slogan. It's like, you run from us, we'll put you in the ditch. They don't care. They will total their cars. I watched a trooper go through about 150 feet of barrier cabling, just trying to pit a car just last week in Arkansas. It's just absolutely insane. They go airborne. They flip. There are fatalities regularly, like people regularly die. But they are not kidding when they say when those blue lights light up, you pull over. And California could take a couple lessons from them, really. All right, the best ASMR. Emily D. Baker reads the Constitution in the sleepy, sexy voice. It really helps with sleep, and you learn something. Sleepy, sexy, founding father Constitution read. Wow, that's a bit much. That's interesting. All right, and my best friend's mom just retired from Arkansas State Police. Let me see what I can do. Late but present, that would be awesome. And I kid you not, that I'd like to find a business arrangement for that. So let me know. Let's talk. Let's do that. During a recent MD police chase, police smashed open the driver's window. Definitely not California. California is just going softer and softer on the police chases, and they literally, their main goal now is to hope that the driver runs out of gas. And if they don't, the driver just heads to the airport, and then the helicopters can't pass over the airport, and they get away. It's getting a little old. Now, I realize they did come from one extreme to the other. There was that whole situation where they pulled over, or they chased the ladies who were delivering newspapers in the morning in a pickup truck, because there was a truck that they were looking for, different model, different color. They shot it 212 times, and basically for no reason. So they are sort of like swinging on a pendulum, but now they're on the very soft side. Ooh, that's my car alarm. Hang on. It stopped. Okay. All right. I know someone that tried to run in Arkansas, and they loaded down the spike strips. Oh no. Spike strips will really do a number on your car. Even just running them over, it's bad for your tires. But if they get wrapped around your axle, not good. Careful what you wish for. Arkansas Police Chases can be a full-time podcast. It's a lot. But I need to be able to get video that I can use, because we have so many times where we could share police chases. It would be beneficial. Okay, let's see. Still nothing from court.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Okay. Georgia troopers are good at pit maneuvers. Do they have dash cams that they release? Vicky says, I'm very confused about when they cross state lines. One statement sounded like the cops could just come to a stop because it's not their jurisdiction anymore. It used to be that way. I think there might be some states that have like reciprocal agreements with neighboring states for something like that, and they definitely work together to coordinate efforts that cross state lines through dispatch. It's like Dukes of Hazzard in Northwest Arkansas. Texas DPS releases some of their pursuits on their YouTube channel. I bet you can watch them here without any issue. Texas DPS, I think we have seen a couple of theirs. Is it on YouTube? Let's see. I'll keep an eye on those. It's an official channel, so that's one we could work with for sure. All right. Some states allow it, but may not allow other states' officers to perform a pit. Weather Watch says, yes, our Department of Texas will assist smaller agency right over the border in Oklahoma. Weather Watch would know because he's trained. He's trained. He's begun his police academy training, Citizens Police Academy. I've seen evidence that it's taking place, which is awesome. You can't wait for the stories. Speaking of stories, let me just plug this really quickly. Later in this week on Thursday at 8 p.m., we have a podcast on this channel with Weather Watch. My friend Thomas, one of our great mods. Thomas just happens to be an amazing individual. Like, if you met him in person, you would be richer for it. Just he makes your life better. He has a friend that he's met that has a YouTube channel here on YouTube. Well, that's where YouTube channels live, and it's called Tales from the Principal's Office. And it's a brand new YouTube channel. This guy's amazing. He's taught school for a lot. Well, he was a principal in school for a lot of years, and he has all these stories of just crazy things that happen in school growing up. And you know a lot of crazy things have happened in school because you've heard about it from your kids or you were there. But this is from the principal's angle, which we don't often get to hear because he gets to hear behind closed doors what happens there as well. And so he started sharing these stories. He's going to be our guest on the podcast. We'd love for you to go check out his channel, Tales from the Principal's Office. I think I need to make a link for it. But we're excited to have him on and have your questions and everything for him when he comes on this week on our Not Relevant podcast, where we just sort of take a break from some of the heavy stuff in true crime once a week. That's going to be an exciting interview. So, all right. Thomas, would you be able to plug his channel? Are you at a point where you could put that in chat in case people are trying to look for that channel? That would be awesome. We'd love if you were able to go over and subscribe if that's something you'd be interested in. They're short stories. They're funny. He does a great job on the editing, puts them together. It's really, really cool. All right, where are we on
just subject matter jurisdiction?
On court? We have about an hour and a half, so let's see if we can do a wee bit of court hopping for just a moment. I think Judge Cedric was live. There it is. Thomas posted in chat. This is the channel Tales from the Principal's Office. I'd love it if you would go out and subscribe.
Apocalypse may be upon us.
He's great. It doesn't flood your timeline. It's not like constant stories. I think he's got 5 or 6 videos out right now, and they're good. They're a few minutes long each, so you can watch them just whenever you're convenient. It's a great one if you want to go to bed laughing to listen to one of those. So, all right, we have some true crime. It helps if I don't fade to black in the middle of the show. Apparently, I'm not supposed to push that button. I think I actually need to like disable that button permanently. Oh, as soon as I click on, he went private and disappeared. The attorney's here, but nobody else. So we'll give him just a minute to come back and see if he's going to be here. Ryan Apple was like, what happened? I hit fade to black. It's a really cool button. It's like if you want to end a show and just close it out and tell everyone that it's over, that it's the main portion of the show is over. Fade to black works great, but it does just that. It goes dark. It's a dramatic fade. It's like you're slowly passing out, just like gone. Check your text, says Ryan. Duck. I think I have a duck headed my way. We were talking about Jeeps and ducking, and nice, Ryan. I cannot wait to show that one off. Where would I put I guess it could be up here next to the goat. The screaming goat. The kids have run off with, oh no, it's back. The Pickles returned. They sometimes run around the house chasing each other with the yodeling pickle and the screaming goat. So I have to like fend them off regularly. We'll put them there. Ryan, I'm looking forward to seeing that. It looked really smooth and intentional. When is the rest trial starting? Jinx, they're starting a little bit late this morning. The judge has said there's some things they have to do outside the jury's presence. Specifically, it's not going to be much, right? You've got like a motion for directed verdict. Okay, you've got you're gonna go over possibly some just review of making sure all your evidence was admitted during your case from the state. Just to say, hey, make sure everything we submitted actually got admitted into evidence, because it formally has to be admitted for the jury to be able to see it. So it's just checking the record, checking the list, to make double checking. It's like the naughty and nice list, but for evidence. And then basically we start with the defense's case. But the judge has given them a 2-hour break. So instead of coming in at they start at 10:30. They start right now, normally. Instead, they're going to come in at noon, so we've got an hour and a half. So we're going to do some court hopping for just a little bit. Found pickle popsicles at my local grocery. I bought them, but I haven't tried them yet. Pickle pops. Who had the yodeling pickle first, you or Emily D. Baker? It was almost. I'll have to go back and check. It was like neck and neck as far as the yodeling pickle went. I think we had Pickles first, but she got the yodeling pickle, and then like a week or two later, I got a yodeling pickle. I think it went something like that. Because pickles have always been part of our channel since pretty much week 1. Did you know there's a thing with Toyota where people put Yoda on it for a Toyota? Never knew until after my phone heard you talk about the ducks, and it suggested it to me. Like they just cross out the TO and just put Yoda, or they put a toy Yoda on it. You still have pickle car air freshener? Yep. I really hope they call Thel to the stand. Just like to hear his thoughts. Shandy, we heard that Thel really likes Hannah. I mean, I guess they're related through marriage, I think. Like it's a stepfather situation. and is very defensive and protective of her. So we might see something interesting on that front. Whoa, Facebook is down. I just barely had it up a minute ago, and it crashed. Somebody call Mark. Let him know face space has crashed. Let's see, talking about Jeeps over the other week. I Yoda people. I have green Yoda ducks I put on other 4Runners and Tacomas I see. Okay, this attorney is waiting. He's having like a breakfast, and we get to watch. He's like at the hotel, hotel breakfast bar. He's having a stack of eggs and pancakes, I think. Bowles is representing Thel 2. Whoa, okay, whoa. Sharaz, if that is true, we definitely should not have heard the messages we did, because there was a 3-way text message chain with Bowles, Thel, and Hannah in it, and those were read in court, and they were extracted from her phone. So this is communication between her and her lawyer. But if they're two separate clients, whoa, I'm not sure how I feel about that now. This is Judge Cedric Simpson we're waiting on. He was here a minute ago, and then he bailed on us. So instead, we're watching Attorney John enjoy his breakfast. He was representing them in a lawsuit, not criminal. But if he's their lawyer, and the both of them are his clients, I'm interested in how they got that message in, because I thought they used the third-party present waives employer attorney-client privilege. Oh no, John's on the phone. He's calling somebody. How long till trial? An hour and a half until the jury gets here. But we might have some motions that could significantly change what happens, the outcome of the trial first. So we're waiting for those to begin. Normally they start about now, so we're hoping that there's some sort of action from court, but I'm not seeing it as we sit here. Is that a flip phone?
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Morgan, happy birthday to your daughter. 2 years old. Happy birthday, daughter. Daughter of Morgan. In Norway, they would call that Morgensdatter. Morgensdatter. The witness list in the court record indicates that Bowles' firm is representing Thel, maybe a different attorney, possibly. I wonder if maybe he wasn't representing him at the time. Sometimes parents don't see faults in their kiddos. I know that's true because everyone else's kids are awful and mine are perfect. Shandy. Yes, I definitely see how we can be blind because we love our kids. My mom has a flip phone, a Samsung. I just want Judge Cedric Simpson to come back. Iceland, not Norway. My mom's Norwegian, Deb. That's what I was referencing. What do you mean? Are you from Iceland? Okay. Flip phones are back in again. I tell you, the best thing about flip phones was their battery life, because you couldn't using just a touch screen actually takes a lot of power, and not having that touch screen is great. I love having a phone that I had a phone that would stay charged all week long, and I'd use it. It would last for a week. And it was tiny too. It wasn't a flip phone, but it was so small you'd hold it. It was dinky, but it was great. Those were the days. Chat is also not working on YouTube. Okay. Wendy by proxy. This is bad news for you. You chose to be in charge of the internet first thing this morning by saying hi. Here we go. And now major outages are happening.
Actually, I think so. I have another. Oh, those comments.
Not sure why we got audio because the judge is not on the bench yet. Speaking of outages, oh, here comes the judge. Speaking of outages, Thurston County.
All right. 1481 District Court for County of Washington, State of Michigan is now back in session. The Honorable Judge J. Cedric Simpson provides.
Thurston County had an outage, and they got hacked, and they are still down. It's been a long time, and they're still down. They got one of those. It's one of those viruses where they encrypt all your data, and you have to ransomware.
I didn't need to react that way. I didn't know you were here.
Oh, I checked in.
Oh, I know. But
You're the only person. Physically or mentally?
Well, I'll just leave. University Realty Management versus Cyber.
Absolutely.
Things are going down all over the place. We might have issues today. Zoom just stopped working. Guys, we might have some problems here. I'm still up, but Judge Cedric is down. Let's check a few other places.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
That soundbite is probably better, more appropriate than ever before.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Let's see if Judge Boyd's working.
All right. So last time it says that you were positive for opiates at the beginning of February. Yeah. So you should be negative. Okay. So you're going to be negative. You haven't used anything.
No.
All right. Just have a seat. We will do that. All right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Savaglio, is he here?
He's here, Judge. Yes, ma'am.
All right, come forward, sir. Hello. Good morning. All right, your case has been dismissed. I don't know what caused you to be here, but go forth and live life as a great citizen, okay?
Outstanding. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Judge.
Can I see the file on Savaglio, please?
Shred it. Your case was dismissed. Go forth. I can tell you what brought him there. A court order, a subpoena. Nice purse. We haven't had, can somebody...
It's Kevin. He's the only Savaglio on the docket. Salvaggio.
Can somebody tell me what the purse is? I like the double ring look. Many social media sites are down.
Ms. Abrams, do we have people who need water?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Yes, he's on the docket. He's on page 17. Thank you.
Phil released another. Phil is a very prolific individual. TYO Toys on Twitter. He releases video quite frequently. The best of. Let me listen to his real quick. The wonder, the awe, the amazement. If you were describing a trip to the outhouse on
Yes.
Rust,
Thank you.
he would describe it as similar, like a trip, a waltz down the pathway of Longwood Gardens.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Judge.
Yes. Somebody
Mr.
just sent me a
Rodriguez,
video of roaches fighting. I don't
were
know who
released
won.
last night. He just got.
Oh, hi, Mr. Rodriguez. All right, you look better out of
Every
orange.
time the guy said
All
poop
right.
yesterday.
Just have
really
a seat.
wasn't
Your
poop.
attorney will be here.
That's funny.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, no, I will. Sure.
It's a Patricia Nash purse, approximate value, Parrot Court. Social media down is my dream come true.
Break for lunch, Judge.
The internet cable in the Red Sea is messing up everything. They're supposedly trying to fix it. We're in Europe. That's what we're being told. Wow. Everything that goes through that cable has to be rerouted. Who snagged the cable with their fishing line? What happened over there?
Have them send someone with more experience.
Detectorist is hilarious. The best part about this is, as a detectorist myself, I can tell you there are jokes in there that you only get if you are a metal
The zombie
detectorist.
apocalypse may be upon us.
And you've seen what it is so spot on. It is so spot on. It was literally everyone.
All right, who is here on John
From the
Lyles?
cameraman to the writers to the directors. I swear every single one of them has spent like at least a year out in the field swinging a detector. It was so good. I love that one.
All right, Mr. Lyles, come down.
No, he didn't keep that on.
It was an angry whale. Mary Lou says, I've been watching since PA Manhunt, and it's the first time we've been able to chat. Mary Lou, welcome. Good to have you here.
All right, Mr. Lyles is scheduled for jury trial.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm here for Tony Hernandez, the attorney of record judge. He is in Del Rio in felony court this morning. And I just wanted to let the court know that that's where he's at.
All right, is he in Del Rio in felony court for jury trial?
No, not for jury trial, but he's there on appearance.
All right, tell him his client is here on trial.
He doesn't know that, Judge. He just wanted to let the court know that there's a possibility he might not make it back till late this afternoon.
Okay, tell him he needs to make it back because this is a jury case.
Okay.
All right.
Judges.
And tell him his client is dressed for trial in a Nightmare from Elm Street t-shirt.
And to bring a new one.
Okay.
Let's see.
All right. Okay, thank you. All right.
Okay, that might be a soundbite. Tell him his client is here for trial, and tell him his client is dressed for trial in a Nightmare on Elm Street t-shirt. Okay.
They're not ready.
I forget what I was saying, but whatever it was important. Hopefully I got the point across. Was it?
Did someone call for the interpreter?
Yes, ma'am, I did. The attorney's already spoken to you. Right? Yes.
All right, which case is this? That needs the interpreter.
But your people said that he has. The one that said, yes. I know him. Okay.
Brian Maldonado or Rita? Who's the attorney?
Albert Garcia, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got to grab that soundbite again, which means I have to.
All right, so
not
this
listen to
is
Judge
scheduled
Boyd
for
for just a
jury trial
second.
today.
That is correct. I'm gonna be turned
All
off.
right.
Just a minute.
Then
while I
we'll be
record
here
this.
for jury at 11:30. We'll have a jury brought up.
Okay.
All right. Any questions? No. All right. Thank you.
What's this sound?
This police unit is.
Oh, I like that one. I'm going to get rid of this. Is that okay?
Yeah, you can.
Yes.
Okay.
Always great seeing you.
I'm going to get rid of that one. That sound effect is now gone forever. Okay. I'm going to record this soundbite really quickly.
Jose Carmona. All right, and counsel, you're on this side, your client's in the middle. It's a felon in possession.
Yes, Your Honor. On the CTD side, but while Hank is absconded, I can provide potential clarity.
All right. So do you have all of the discovery?
I think so, Your Honor. We've gotten some recent pin packet information that doesn't look correct. We're investigating that. We have conferred with CTD, and there is also an unindicted family violence case that is being reviewed. And I have met with the family violence department regarding that. And we're trying to get a kind of a global resolution.
All right. And are you on the family violence case as well?
Yes.
All right. When do y'all think you'll have information for him on the family violence case?
Well, I know that counsel was going to reach out to the intake attorney, and I've just recently made notes in the system for the intake attorney as well. So as soon as counsel has that opportunity, it shouldn't be longer than maybe a couple weeks at most, wherein a global offer would be able to be tendered to counsel, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Ferguson, put this on April 8th.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We'll come back on April 8th.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Once you sign the reset form, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're trying to.
Okay. One of you triggered the zombie apocalypse may be upon us soundbite, and it was perfect. Because I was recording and it triggered it in the soundbite. I was recording.
Call for the interpreter?
Let me show you really quickly what just happened. Oh, sorry, we don't.
Which case is this?
Sorry, not that one.
Yes.
Okay, let me show you the soundbite I just recorded. Are you ready? Oh, it's about 45 seconds long, so just listen here.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm here
Jessica
for
Decimito.
What?
Where are you? All right, just raise your hand. Have a seat.
Oh, hang on. I need to turn that sound off. That's why. Sorry, we're going to start over.
That's where he's at.
All right. Is he in?
Here we go.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm here for Tony Hernandez, the attorney of record judge. He is in Del Rio in felony court this morning. And I just want to let the court know that that's where he's at.
All right. Is he in Del Rio in felony court for jury trial?
No, not for jury trial, but he's there on appearance.
All right. Tell him his client is here on trial.
He does know that, Judge. He just wanted to let the court know that there's a possibility he might not make it back till late this afternoon.
Okay. Tell him he needs to make it back because this is a jury case.
Okay.
All right. And tell him his client is dressed for trial in a Nightmare from Elm Street t-shirt. The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
And so that was the soundbite. It put the two together perfectly. Right after the Nightmare from Elm Street t-shirt, and then it's got the zombie apocalypse. So we're going to save that. That's going to be one of our intro music ones. So thank you for doing that. Let's jump back to Judge Boyd really quickly while we wait for Russ to start. Pauline, we're waiting for Russ to start. It has not started yet. We're thinking we might have another hour. They've got a late start. So let's see. Quiet in the courtroom right now. All right, Fiddles, while the internet burns. Paul Max says, oops, that might have been me. I just might have played that soundbite. It works great.
Larry Holmes?
Judge, may I approach on that?
Yes.
Wow.
Okay, behind the line. You in trial?
He approached really close.
All right, where's your client?
He climbed up on the bench.
All right. All right.
I got rid of the "yeah, you can" soundbite.
Just one moment. We'll call it back April 1st.
Call from.
All right. Norman Larry Holmes is coming back.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press.
Hey, Britt, how are you doing?
Hey, good. I was requested to hear the story yesterday, and I didn't have time to yesterday about the Amazon package and how I found out I was pregnant.
Yes. How does Amazon tell you you're pregnant?
Yes. So I'd been married about 2 years. I'd moved out of my parents' house, and the lady that moved, my parents had sold their house. The lady that moved in messaged me, said, "Hey, did you order something from Amazon?" And I said, "I did, but it's coming to my house." She's like, "Well, you got a package here. It has your maiden name on it." I was like, "That's weird." I said, "I'll come pick it up." Long story short, I went to go pick it up. It was a Doppler, like to listen to the baby's heartbeat. I had no idea I was pregnant. No idea. So I went home and I took a test and I was.
So somebody randomly sent you a Doppler?
Yes. I had no idea. I didn't order it. And I don't know who did.
That's just creepy. I mean, I know Amazon knows a lot about our lives, but that just goes a little too far.
Yeah, it was. And so I've just chalked it up to the universe knew before I did.
So now the next question, the obvious question that needs to be asked here is, what did you name the child? And was it Jeff? Was it a Bezos in there somewhere? I mean, what?
His name is Ayden.
Ayden. Okay. That's a great name.
So it's a normal name. It's a normal name.
How do you spell it?
Aiden.
All right.
And his middle name is my husband's first name. So.
All right. So you left Jeff out completely. He literally was a major part of this pregnancy, and he got zero recognition in the naming of the child.
Yeah. Sorry, Jeff.
Britt, that's a great story. He's going to be telling that one his whole life. So
yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate you calling and reminding us. We'll see you.
Sure.
Okay.
Right,
bye. What an amazing story. Okay, back to Judge Boyd here as we're waiting for Russ to start.
All right.
Might be another
Court
hour.
is calling 2024 CR 2435, State of Texas versus Raymond Isaac Uribe. Could I have the parties approach and announce for the record for the state?
Is that done for the state, Your Honor?
Defense.
John Finch from Mr. Uribe.
And the client is here as well.
And are you Mr. Uribe?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Listed on the docket is Megan Enriquez.
That's correct, Judge. I'm filling in for her right now. She's downstairs in the 175th, I think.
All right. Any objections, Mr. Uribe, to this attorney standing in for purposes of the plea?
No.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery that you review with your client?
We have, Your Honor.
And there are no applications?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Uribe, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are waiving the repeater enhancement, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, we're very grateful. Actually, they're waiving the habitual. So.
All right, Mr.
Oh, it's marked. It's file stamped habitual. Okay. Okay. All right.
All right, when y'all do the discussions off the record from people from the back, court reporter is still taking it down. So.
And just to confirm, Your Honor, it is a repeat offender that the state is waiving.
All right.
No objection to that.
All right. All right, Mr. Uribe, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review this document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with violation, sex offender registration, or previous conviction?
Yes, Your Honor.
Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea with the state, court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights? Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Judge.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes and yes.
Mr. Uribe, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No.
Satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 3 years in the prison. There are no applications. They will take into consideration 2024 CR 2435. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Judge, can we confirm that clause number 2435? Okay, yes, thank you.
Next, I'm showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
So he's going
Just
away
one
for 3
moment off
years.
the record. Excuse me. Can I get the correct file on this case? No, there's an issue here. So here's the issue. 2435 is what I have, and that was the issue with the true bill of indictment, because that's for the possession less than a gram case.
Okay.
So I need the file for 265.
That's why I got confused on the case numbers. When you said the TIC number, I thought, well, that's the number of the patient you called.
Mm-hmm.
Good catch there.
So to
attorney.
correct the record,
Stand-in attorney caught that.
the cause number that you're pleading under is 2024 CR 0265. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's what we did the pay for.
Then to the offense as charged in the indictment, how do you plea? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
State any evidence?
TNF first states 1 in attachments, Your Honor.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
And also to clear the record, Mr. Uribe, I'm showing you the indictment under this cause number. Did you review that indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Right. And counsel, you are waiving the reading of the indictment in that case?
We are, Judge.
All right, Mr. Uribe, I'm going to show you what's entitled Waiver and Consent to Stipulation of Testimony and Stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call and the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, sir.
And counsel, you may continue to confer. State.
Thank you, Judge.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same.
All right. Well, she reads those notes. We are doing a little court hopping while we wait for the rest trial to start. It has a late start today because they're switching from prosecution's case to defense's case, and there's a little bit of work that needs to be done outside the presence of the jury. Apparently, it's going to be done off the camera. We normally have a feed by now, and it's not coming in. So we will we'll just hang tight and see what happens. As soon as we do have a feed, we'll bring that to you.
All right. After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
We are, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
No, Your Honor. I've explained to him that he needs to be very careful when he gets out because he will be a habitual offender with a mandatory minimum of 25 years. So he tells me he has a job lined up when he does get out eventually. Unfortunately, I think he's just kind of caught in this cycle of homelessness and not being able to register on time, sort of stuff. So we would just ask him to follow.
All right, the court will sentence you to the 3 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. Take in consideration 2024 CR 2432, and there's to be Chapter 62 registration. I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it? All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? All right, we're off the record. Could I get a copy of the dismissal?
I have it, Your Honor. Right.
All right, thank you.
Judge wants a copy of it
All right,
too.
Mr.
Ruckle.
Uribe, I understand that it's hard to find housing with your charges. I understand that may result in you being homeless, but you must report, because the biggest thing is people not knowing where you are.
Communication.
You understand? All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. John?
Just have a seat.
Man, that's tough.
My arms are long, but they're not that long.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I'm keeping an eye on the courtroom. As soon as we do get a feed from Rust, I'll take it. I can't imagine they have this much work to do. I don't think they have another hour.
I didn't have
of
that
work.
on my docket.
Oh, I guess people were here for indictments or something.
There's one person, he's here, that's Charles Bach. The other people, they didn't answer up. They must have came in late.
Rust is starting late today.
So I didn't have them.
It is going to go. We'll be there as soon as it happens.
Joseph Balboa. We're filled with Larry Holmes Balboa.
Rocky Balboa.
Is it a coincidence?
Yes, come on down, Mr. Balboa.
Is it a coincidence that social media goes down on a
Denise, why is
major
your client
voting
not
day
in
in the
Philadelphia?
United States?
I'm ready for San Antonio, Texas, man. How are you doing?
All right, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay, man.
All right, see, the thing is that we've had a lot of people in court today with boxers' names, and the young people have no idea what references they're using.
My son's name is Joseph Rocky Balboa.
What?
Yeah, I named him after that.
Okay.
Yeah, parenting classes for
Well,
you,
you got to
sir.
go to Philadelphia. All right, what's happening with this case?
Well, this is a new case that hasn't been indicted yet. That's part of MPR. My issue is that I have in the 437, I have a jury that's supposed to start around 10-ish.
Okay.
So I need.
You need to go.
So.
All right. So when do you all think you're going to have this information for him on the new case? I think it's family. No, it's trial division.
Adam, this is hilarious. His second son is named Rocky too.
Remember, can you make sure that
it's not?
Can you make sure that he's on the new number one, Mr. Cox?
He's the new
on
number
Balboa,
one.
and then we'll reset this so you can get to your jury trial.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Ms. Ferguson, on this case, reset this for late March. No, this is the motion to revoke.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard this.
No. All right, so we're going to come back on March 28th. And if your attorney finishes with this trial sooner and wants you brought over sooner, we'll do that. All right?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Trying to get the sound.
Ms. Abrams, Balboa is coming back on March 28th. His attorney is in a jury trial. And if you'll make sure that he's on the new number one.
I think I get to order a new piece of tech this week, which I'm excited about.
Larry Holmes, if you'll come down, sir.
It's a piece of equipment we'll be shipping out to different courts when we have a reporter that's going to court to get a copy of the court. When
Mr.
we're not
Holmes, your
live streaming
case is
it,
being
but we'll
recalled
get
for
copies of the
April
video.
1st. Your attorney is actually in a jury trial in another court. So if he finishes his jury trial earlier, we'll bring you back. All right? All right. Thank you. Christopher Rodriguez. Who's the attorney for Christopher Rodriguez? All right, where's Christopher Rodriguez?
In custody, Your Honor.
All right, come down. Okay. All right, so an offer is due. Has an offer been tendered?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Ask about the tats, Judge.
All right, how old are you, sir?
34, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, recall this case at the end of March. All right, we're coming back on March 28th. That's your plea deadline date. At that time, you need to let the court know whether or not you're accepting the state's offer. If you choose not to accept the offer, or if no agreement is reached, then your plea deadline date will have expired, and the court will not consider any plea bargain agreements without good cause. Otherwise, you have the plea open to the court. Do you understand?
What's that mean?
I'll explain that to him, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Is there anything else? All right, thank you.
What does that mean? That means you're going to be sitting in jail for a month while you decide whether or not you take the deal that's been offered to you.
There you go. And leave it. I'm not sure. To kind of see how can you get to the
what are we getting, Nosy Rosie? We are getting a, it's called a Black Magic Design Hyperdeck, which ties into the SDI splitter from the pool media source at a trial, and then records to SD media cards like a little card like this. There we go. So we're getting one of those and a padded case to ship it in, and all the cords and cables that go with it. And then where we have cases where I can't be there physically, there's another pool photographer.
Jury up here by 11:30.
When there's another pool photographer.
Louis, are we still waiting on Mr. Herrera and?
We can send a media representative from my Top Mark company, somebody who agrees to the terms we have there, and we'll negotiate that with them individually. I'll send that device to them, and they will be able to record it and then get me the video files back and then send it back.
Oh.
Greeners, I tried to get this. They turned me down. I said, look, I've bought everything in your store at least twice. That should count for something. And they still said no. The trick about the device we're getting, it will not be live streaming, so the cost is much lower. It's much cheaper than say like the bonded cellular encoder, which we'd have when we're live streaming, which we also have. But it would allow us to record courts that we're not in, that are happening at the same time as other courts, and then we can have all the video and have multiple trials. So if there's a delay, if we have a window where things are quiet, say like around the holidays and things like that, when no courts are really in session, we can have the master copy of a trial that we can go back to and watch. And in 1080p, which most court streams are only 720.
Christopher Black.
He's on film, Judge.
Yes.
Evie, what is the reason it takes longer?
All right, Mr. Black, you need to show your video.
Mr. Black, let me answer this question.
And
what does it take
unmute.
longer? Because they just have some procedural things they have to go through, some motions that have to be made just as a timely thing, just in that moment.
Court is calling 2021 CR 11535, State of Texas versus Christopher Darrell Black. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Zach Dunn for the state.
Defense.
Kelly Piddle.
Who does Kelly
And
look
are you
like?
Mr. Black?
Yes, I am.
All right. Any objection to Mr. Black appearing by video, state?
I tell you, Your Honor.
All right. Defense has filed a motion for early termination. State, have you had a chance to review that?
We have.
And state, are you opposed?
We are.
All right. State, why are you opposed?
I think just for three critical reasons, Your Honor. One, just the severity of the injury, just the nature of it's almost a foot long, if you will, the scrape to the back. This probationer has only served about 1/4 of their total term. And we don't believe, and they have a short, if you will, criminal history, not family violence or violence related, but they're in a criminal history. So for those 3 reasons, the state is opposed, Your Honor.
All right, defense.
Judge, Mr. Black has completed everything that the court has asked of him. I would disagree with Mr. Dunn's characterization of the injuries. He pushed his stepfather-in-law, and the man fell backwards into a credenza and scratched his back. He's had no contact with the complainant. He's done everything the court's asked of him. The purpose of probation is rehabilitation. I think Mr. Black is a prime example for why he should be allowed early termination, and to keep him on probation longer just for not a really good reason from the state just to keep him on probation. It just works counterintuitive to what this court is hoping to accomplish with probation.
All right. Anything else from either side?
Just to quick clarify, I'm not sure it's counterintuitive to hold people to the term that they've agreed to. Again, we're at almost less than 1/4 of the total term. And the state would just like to, again, stand by the classification and characterization of the injury to the back. It's nearly the whole left side, if you will, give or take a couple inches on either side. So not a small scrape or a paper cut, but certainly an injury of relative significance, if you will.
This is a misdemeanor other than the fact that the plaintiff is 68.
All right, this is what the court is going to do.
They're arguing.
He's been on probation since February 3rd, 2023. You can resubmit your application or your request in February. The motion for early termination at this time is denied.
Can he be allowed to report quarterly?
All right. Any objections to him reporting quarterly or by mail?
No, Your Honor.
Because my understanding he's in Cameron County, is that correct? All right. Is there any objection to him reporting by mail?
No, Your Honor. No objection.
I'll allow him to report by mail. I think that gives him something for having completed everything early. Mr. Black, we can go off the record.
Yes, sir.
All right. You just need to have more time on probation. Sometimes people race through things. It's sort of similar to when people are in treatment and they race through all of the steps. And then they say, I've done everything, let me off. So I do recognize that you have completed everything, but come back to me
even the parents
in February. And if everything is still the same and there are no violations, I'll strongly consider early termination. You understand?
One more year.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Will the court waive the remaining supervisory fees until next year?
No.
Okay.
Supervisory fees are how probation officers are paid their salaries. So I do not waive those. If there is something else, maybe fines or anything of that nature, I will. But supervisory fees, no. And if someone would like supervisory fees waived, if you'll present a motion, I will strongly consider it. But for now, in this case, my understanding, the only fees he has to pay are supervisory fees. Are there other fees that he has to pay other than supervisory?
I don't believe so.
All right.
He's not.
So if you want to present something that's saying for some reason his finances are such that he cannot pay supervisory fees, then I'll review that. But just asking for it, no. And I'll allow him to report by mail. Is there anything else?
That's it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
So
Thank
we've
you,
got a
Mr. Black.
four-year probation.
Keep up the good work.
He's done 1 year and all the classes that he was
All
required
right. And
to
just
do.
off the record, have you had any contact with your mother or no?
No, ma'am, Your Honor. Since moving down to Brownsville, we've had no contact with family whatsoever. Just been reinvented my career, support my family.
All right.
Defense attorney's
All right.
like,
Thank
why are
you
you
so
still
much.
talking to my clients?
Thank you.
Why are you still talking to my client after you dismissed us? That just seemed weird. Just off the record. Let's see. G4 Outdoors Recovery Addict brings you Beans. You are in an audio and video nerd. Oh, Bean, I am. You have a preference on wireless direct to camera lav mic.
All right. You're excused, Mr. Black.
I would say for a studio. Let me switch to this for a minute so she doesn't interrupt us. For a studio, I would say wired. Definitely wired. If you're filming anything moving, I mean, if G4 Outdoors, you're going to be outdoors on your channel doing stuff. You're probably going to be wireless. Anything wired would inhibit the action that you're filming. So I would say buy the best audio you can before you upgrade your camera. I think audio is more important than video. And I realize, we're on a visual platform, but audio is more important than video. And if your audio sounds good, your viewers will forgive you for mediocre video. I'd say still upgrade that when you can. But the preference would be definitely audio first. I would go wireless outside. Direct to camera helps a ton. If you're doing like switching like I'm doing, direct to camera helps to sync things up. But I have hardware that allows me to delay my audio so it falls in sync with the video, because rendering to HDMI or switching from SDI to HDMI has a bit of a delay. I can match that up on my end. But direct to camera is great. I like the Rode devices. The Rode wireless Go 2s are fantastic. I've got a set of them right here, but they're just these little tiny devices right here. This is the receiver, and I've got 2 transmitters as well. They've been fantastic, phenomenal. All right, let's jump back to court really quickly.
So yes, what is happening with this case?
I'm going to confer with the state judge.
All right. So, have a seat.
You're on the wrong side.
Deputy Mejia, Mr. Rosales is going to be spending the day with us today, but he can. He's not in custody, but he's not to leave the courtroom.
Why? He's like, what? Hang on. Let me just back up. I want to see why.
All right, you're excused, Mr. Black.
Okay, we're going to see why Mr. Gonzalez is spending the day here. Was he late?
I don't want to keep one thing. I know that's in a box. So that's why yeah. I think that's it's not. No, it never was. Oh, right. I mean, no, I'm sure you're that. I think you're right. I did. For sure.
So has a chap been going to him?
This is going to be a different very much. She doesn't want to be done about it. She doesn't want to stop her.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm here for Tony out of Nonvis.
Roberto Rosales. Hello.
Judge, he was a little late, so it looks like he's here now. So I was just going to let the court know. But
Yeah, and so here's the problem. I'm going to check to see if he was a little late, because he was a little late last time and I admonished him not to come in. So let me check. Yep, you were late again today. You're going to be spending the day with us.
I've been here since 9 o'clock.
No, I called you and you didn't respond to the docket.
I didn't hear. I might have been in the restroom. I've been here for like 45 minutes, but it's okay. I understand.
Don't fight with the judge. Do not fight
So
with the
yes,
judge.
what is happening with this case?
I'm going to confer with the state judge.
All right, so have a seat. Deputy Mejia, Mr. Rosales is going to be spending the day with us today, but he's not in custody, but he is not to leave the courtroom.
This is the one step away from cuffs. That's where he is right
Okay,
now. Do not be late for court. Don't say I was here and in the bathroom.
And then after Mr. Bell, it will be Mr. Klein.
I'm sorry.
Okay, our audio has been downloaded properly after installing some software.
All right, so where are we on Mr. Bell?
Your Honor, we received an updated offer yesterday. The state has changed their position. For that reason, we are applying to the Veterans Treatment Court. We think that would be a good place for him. He did serve for 20 years.
All right, so here's the thing with Veterans Treatment Court.
Yes, Your Honor.
What I'm understanding is it is taking 3 months for Veterans Treatment Court. So do you have your DD 214?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so. And what is with the new case?
No new case, just new discovery.
Well, there's a checkbox here that says new case 2024. Okay.
No, that's just the case number for this case. I might need to scratch that part out.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. So this is what we are going to do. I'm resetting this and I'm resetting it for a month. And if he's not in Veterans Treatment Court and they haven't set it, then he's not going to Veterans Treatment Court.
Okay, Your Honor.
Felony drug court, the other treatment courts, they can get you in no later than 2 weeks and let you know whether or not you're accepted or not. Veterans Treatment Court needs to streamline their process. I don't know why it's so difficult for people who've served in the military to get in Veterans Treatment Court. I don't know why they don't help veterans get their DD 214 when they need it. These are just my thoughts. So we're going to call this back, and we're calling it back on April 1st, and he needs to have been reviewed by Veterans Treatment Court. Veterans Treatment Court needs to have accepted him by that time. Otherwise, he's not going to Veterans Treatment Court. We'll figure something else out.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson or Mr. Bell, can you recall this for April 1st? And thank you for dressing appropriately for court.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for not wearing a Nightmare on Elm Street t-shirt to court. Let me answer this question, Evie, because I did start and then Judge Boyd rudely interrupted. The reason it takes longer when switching between the state and the defense, it's not longer. It's just there are steps that have to take place, and some of them are procedural motions that almost always, like 99% of the time, get denied, but are preserving the record for appeal. So we see those, and sometimes they can take 30 seconds. You know, it depends on how much effort they want to put into them, and sometimes they can lead to a long discussion and an argument back and forth between the two sides. So we don't know how long that's going to go. I have said. I'm not sure if they've got the tampering of the evidence. I'm not sure. I'll have to look at the elements of that charge again. But they provided very, very little evidence towards that charge. So if they've missed one of the required elements, the judge might dismiss that. So we'd have to look at that. That's a possibility. There's no way the judge is just dismissing the other charge. There's plenty of evidence in there regarding the negligent manslaughter, but that will probably be on the list. They could address some of the issues about the jury instructions or the questionnaires, or not the questionnaire, but the jury instructions and the verdict forms. That can sometimes be brought up about this point in trial. Sometimes the work is done outside of trial, and then they just finalize it in court. But that might be happening this morning as well. It just depends on the judge's preference. But and all other times we've seen courts where literally it switches from prosecution to defense in the blink of an eye, and we're just on to the next. So it's apparently the way the judge wants to do it here is take some time. So. Hey, what is that?
I don't know.
Where did it come from?
From this
Reese's Peanut Butter Bar. Reese's, I'm not sure what happened with Reese's, but like 2 years ago, maybe a little more, but 2 years ago, they started making products, variations, different iterations of their main recipe.
You got like a new marketing guy, and he's
Yeah. They've got some intern out there who's just like cranking out ideas like, well, how about we make the cups 3 times their normally size? Let's try it. How about we make them individually wrapped? All right, that goes. What if we make them pre-unwrapped but still small? All right, we're going to do that as well. Could we make it like if we stuck like a graham cracker in the middle? Yeah, we'll call it the fast break. Boom. And they've just come out with like a zillion different versions, and all of them are good.
I know, they're very yummy.
Are you You're showing me what you got. Yeah. This is not for me.
No, I was going to give you one.
You're going to give me one square? They're like 20 squares there.
Family.
It will melt, like evaporate before it gets to my mouth. It's so small.
Wine. Tell me what you think.
tastes like a Reese's. Evie, did I answer your question for you? We have to switch back to Judge Boyd while I finish eating.
Given the reporting, if you're in the hospital during those months, I understand that. But you were not doing well on probation before you had the hospital issues. So I'm not inclined to terminate. He's going to be on probation until this probation ends. This is a stalking case.
Absolutely, Judge. So we will go ahead and do the withdrawal, Your Honor.
I would point out, if I may.
Yes.
That the state has been in contact with the original complainant.
Mm-hmm.
And she's had no contact with Mr. Klein for years.
Okay.
I guess the extent of the probation, I don't know how long.
No, counsel is exactly right, Your Honor. Of course, all the things that Your Honor has laid out in terms of the non-compliance, it's absolutely that's there, but I know the court had asked the state to reach out to the complainant just to kind of provide a full picture for the court. And just like counsel stated, in the past about 3.5 years, the complainant was able to confirm that there's been no contact.
All right. So, I mean, my thing still stands.
Absolutely.
The motion can be withdrawn, but he hasn't shown me anything on probation that he's successfully done anything.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you're going to be on probation until this probation ends.
Can we discuss amending any of the conditions? Because he has a very difficult time making appearances as required.
All right. I had him down for reporting by Zoom.
I'm sorry?
I had him reporting for Zoom. He hasn't even done that. So that is as low as it's going to go.
All this time, Judge, these difficulties he's had, he's been I've seen him at least 6 times myself personally in the hospital. He's had an extensive, we provided to the state 1,200 pages.
All right. So here's my question, though. Has he been continuously in the hospital September, October, November, December 2023? You were in the hospital for all of those months and never left?
Most of the time, yes, sir.
All right. So then the answer to that is no. So at some point, you should have been able to report by Zoom. Zoom is just you from wherever on your computer. I've had people appear by Zoom from their hospital beds. I don't request them to do that, but they are just so intent on, nope, I don't want anybody to say that I haven't been following through. So they have Zoomed in from their hospital. You have Zoomed in from nowhere.
Zoomed in from the hospital. I've been in the hospital.
All right. So he said he Zoomed in from the hospital. He still missed all these times reporting. So that's where we are. I'm not going to allow you to terminate UNSAT. You can withdraw the motion because you are saying he's in the hospital, but he's going to report. He needs to do what's required of him on probation.
Absolutely, Judge.
And I understand your medical issues. I understand that you've had an amputation, but I mean, having an amputation, I sympathize with you. I've watched a lot of documentaries on it, but I know that's not the same as having had it happen to you. But that doesn't mean you don't get to do probation.
Can he continue to report by Zoom then?
Yeah. Are you okay with him reporting by Zoom?
Yes, Judge.
All right, he can report by Zoom.
All right, I'll make sure that he does, and I know he will, Judge.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. I know you'll make that happen, Judge Longoria. All right, so they'll withdraw the motion, and then he's to report by Zoom.
Thank you.
And I already ordered that previously.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
We are a Pickles, not politics place.
Once he
so I don't care how you
speaks
vote.
with probation because they have new conditions for him to sign.
I don't care how you vote, but if you are in a place where you can vote, I do
You're welcome.
recommend that you do vote for whoever it is. And I wouldn't say just throw random votes out there. I'd like you to be educated and vote for the person who you feel would be best provide the leadership for your town.
All right, are
city,
we ready on
county,
Ruiz?
State or nation?
I'll
you
let
can.
you all
So I
finish
encourage voting, but we don't tell you who to vote for.
I don't know if she's ready.
Okay.
Yeah. Ready?
I'm ready to ask you.
I've seen the documentary. Voting for kudos.
Well, if you want to
kudos all
continue to
around.
confer about the other issues, then I'll hear your motion. I said I can, if you want to continue to confer with him, you can continue to confer with him now, and then I'll hear your motions because we have a jury trial that's starting at 11:30. So you may want to talk to him now, and then I'll hear your argument on the motion.
We're about 30 minutes away from what we expect to be the start of court in the Rust case. We will jump to it as soon as we have video. So that's we're just doing a little court
Antonio
hopping
Rios.
while the internet crashes around us.
Positive for methadone.
All right.
Hasn't
All
started.
right.
Late start
Are
today.
you ready to proceed, Vashon?
Judge had something going this
All
morning.
right, Louis Herrera.
Vote for Pedro. I need that shirt. I caught you this delicious.
All right.
bass.
Why when I asked you if you're going to be positive for something, you said you would be positive for nothing.
I didn't even.
But you're positive for methadone. How can you
I
not
don't
know?
even know what that is.
All right. Miss Abrams.
I'm telling her, I take Benadryl, like melatonin to fall asleep, but I don't know.
You can't be using any medication that is not prescribed to you while you're on probation, and methadone is a drug that has to be prescribed. So has he had a TAP evaluation?
TAP evaluation, no, Judge.
All right. What we're going to do with him is we're going to do the UA hotline, and we'll do the TAP evaluation out of custody. And I'm going to want 90 meetings from him in 90 days. So you're going to do 90 sober meetings for the court, and you're going to do those in 90 days. Sober support meetings are the AA meetings, NA meetings. They're all over town. You understand?
And
And
the
you're gonna
AA meetings.
They're similar to AA meetings, but they just call them sober support meetings now. So you're going to do 90 of those in 90 days. So every day you need to be going to a meeting. We're going to do the UA hotline. Has he previously been, Ms. Abrams, was he ever previously referred to felony drug court? All right, we're going to do a referral to felony drug court as well. And I know you're probably saying to yourself, I cannot believe the judge is doing that to me. This is a problem. You know, I don't know where I got this methadone. Here's the thing. I'm trying to help you be successful in probation. Testing positive for methadone and you don't have a prescription, guess what? That's a violation of your probation. And for that violation, you could be sent to the prison for up to 10 years in prison. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So what's going to end up happening is they're going to get a TAP evaluation for you done. You're going to be referred to felony drug court. Do not miss an appointment with felony drug court. You understand?
What is that, ma'am?
Probation is going to give you information on that, but it is one of the treatment courts, and they'll be able to help you with your drug or alcohol problem, and you need to be 100% honest with them. You understand? So don't go in front of them saying, I don't know where I got methadone. Do you understand? And when you leave here today, do not celebrate, yay, I didn't go to prison, because the last time you used may be the last time you use. Do you have a mom or family members who are currently alive? Do you have family members?
Just my mother-in-law and father-in-law.
All right. You don't want them to have to identify your body because you got a bad batch of drugs. You understand?
Yes.
All right. So just have a seat. Probation is going to go over your new conditions. All right.
We're court hopping. We'll wait for the rest trial to start. It's going to be just a few more minutes, about 25 minutes, and we should expect some video from court.
Edwin Rosario Montes.
She's in a mood today. I mean, she's not in a bad mood, but she is. She's not falling on the mercy line as much as the justice line. Let's see.
Oh, you haven't submitted your UA? Let me just tell you right now, you can sit there and drink all the water you want. This is what I discovered. And I'm telling you this story. It's a true story. It's about one of the reporters who used to be on ESPN Sports. And he said the police were knocking on his door and he was a drug user. And he said he prayed hard. If you'll just let me be negative, I promise I'll never use again. Sometimes people will sit in this court and you know what they're doing? They're praying to their higher power, just saying, hey, if you'll let me be negative, I promise I'll never use again. Now, sometimes your higher power, you know what they will say? No, if you use, you're going to be positive. Sometimes the answer may be yes, but usually the answer is no. Yes, so if you're intending to try to wait us out, guess what? You can't wait me out. All right.
I'm not trying to do that.
All right, have a seat. We'll stay here until you give me the UA.
He's like, I don't need to pee. I can't do the drug test. I don't need to pee. She's like, well,
thank you.
You need some water? You need some water? Drink up. Drink up. Pretend you're a fish for the next 2 hours.
Everyone, the jury is coming up here at 11:30, so move with the purpose.
Ready? We're ready on 3 weeks still.
So the cases remaining, Jessica Decimito with Roger Perez, Abby Marino with Andrew Hicks, Jose Lozano with Raymond Martinez, Alexander Castro with Jason Goss,
accountability mood. Yes, that's a nicer.
Guion with Brian Kimbrough, Wilson with Melina, Antonio Rios, Joe Blakely with Brian Kimbrough, and Mr. Charis is here with Rosales, Gus Gallegos with Robert Guyano. I think I saw Karen Corby. She's with Gonzalez.
Just Grace, this is an amazing judge.
J. Angel Juarez.
She's in Bexar County, Texas.
Angel Juarez. You were late.
Oh,
and he's with Carl.
Guess who gets in court
Guerrero
detention?
is here in Cantu. Cesar Gutierrez. Victor Garcia.
We sent her a
You're
big
Victor Garcia?
bouquet of
All right,
flowers
have a
last
seat.
year. We love this judge. This is Judge Stephanie Boyd down in Bexar County, Texas. She is phenomenal.
And Miss Thorne is here.
She can be a little bit hard on people, but at the same time, you get the feel that she really is trying to do what she thinks is the very best for them.
All right, and as soon as the interpreter's here, we'll take up Jose Amascus.
Thal, we need to teach you to turn off the caps lock.
Oh.
You keep getting caught by the editors. This judge always has a purse, and usually a new purse. Every day she has a different
this is
purse
your client,
in front
right?
of her flowers, and she always has flowers.
Amascus your client?
No, Brian Maldonado, but we also need an interpreter.
That's not in the budget. We can't send a purse to the judge. I'm not sure
He
if she
already
can
has an
receive it.
immigration attorney. It's Eric Banal.
You don't need to call back and make sure that they're down with.
Just want to send her a Louis
today.
Vuitton.
I haven't asked for Mac today.
You know, you asked for the last picture.
They say that the immigration attorney is Eric Banal.
Move to the end so I can talk to them.
So
That's fine.
If he's here for compliance.
all right, he needs an interpreter.
Trial starts in just under half an hour for Rust, and we're going to be there as soon as it goes there. Just Beth, we'll bring it to you as soon as it's available. Is there a place you can rent purses for the day? I think
needs an
Judge Boyd's
interpreter,
closet.
And he has a detainer. Norma. Just have him come down. All right, are you all ready on Ruiz?
Yes, Your Honor.
It is very chaotic today. Court is calling 2022 CR 4248A, State of Texas versus Jose Angel Ruiz. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Be Mitchell and Rest Lorraine Ephraim for Mr. Ruiz, Teresa Conley. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. And Allie Jackson, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Sorry.
That's okay.
Lorraine Ephraim for Mr. Ruiz, Teresa Conley's not here. I've spoken to my client about his consent yesterday to proceed. Without her, he continues in that consent for this hearing this morning.
And also Renee Munoz as well as counsel judge.
All right, please have a seat.
So the judge.
So you all were here for a motion to suppress, and I gave both parties a chance to
I'll tell you in a second here.
contact their appellate staff. And I know defense, you needed some time. So the court will hear argument. Defense, it's your motion.
Okay.
Out with it, good lady.
And for the record, this is the motion to suppress the cell phone and its contents, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right, I'll hear
It would
argument.
have to be an
Okay.
illegal seizure then.
briefly, Your Honor, if we could, as part of the issue yesterday, we could just reopen to inform the court that we filed an affidavit from Judge Delgado with the court this morning.
All right, I don't have a copy of the affidavit.
I can give you a copy of it.
Defense, have you seen the affidavit?
I have.
All right, do you have any objections?
Oh, I do.
Oh, I do. I've got a whole bunch of objections.
All right, thank you.
I want to hear why they think the phone should not be allowed in as evidence. It's got to be fruit of the poisonous tree. Judge is reading the affidavit. Okay, while we're doing this, let me give you the update. In the Rust case, the judge has ruled on the judgment.
All right.
Notwithstanding.
So, State, you're asking to submit into evidence.
And so she wouldn't allow it televised. It has been going on this morning.
All right.
And this is the affidavit from the
And she
Honorable
denied it.
Delgado.
So everything's going to the jury.
This report as
We're going to start here in just a few minutes, probably 15 to 20 minutes. We're going to start the Rust case.
All right, any objections?
Oh, yes, Your Honor. Number one, it's entirely irrelevant and outside the four corners of the document. It's improper bolstering. I would even submit bolstering in bad faith. I think it's a result of ex parte communications with the district court judge. I have never seen anything like this in 35 years of practice where another district court judge attempts to interject herself in your proceedings to throw her weight around and influence your decision here. It is absolutely wholly inadmissible on constitutional and statutory grounds, and I object again on many things, including irrelevancy, bolstering, and the results of ex parte communications.
All right, so with regards to State's Exhibit number C, of course, the court has to review the document in order to make a decision on whether C will be admitted or not. What I can tell both parties, the fact that Judge Del Prado has placed in the affidavit that she found probable cause to issue the cell phone search warrant, the court is completely disregarding that because it is up to me to decide whether or not within the four corners of the document that
love the four corners reference,
the search warrant is sufficient. So I'm not going to consider or let Judge Del Prado's opinion as to the fact that she found probable cause to sway this court and what I will do in regards to your motion to suppress.
I like that.
However, I also see in the document that she is stating there was a clerical error with regards to the date. Does anybody wish to speak to that portion of her affidavit?
She's made herself a witness in this case, Your Honor, and it is wholly inadmissible and wholly irrelevant. And I believe that this affidavit and the return can stand on the four corners or fail, which I believe it will, on the four corners of the document. I believe this is wholly inadmissible.
All right.
State.
Your Honor, it's simply an affidavit clarifying the clerical
It is not simply an affidavit.
All right. So everyone,
you get turns.
See, this is one of the reasons why I require everyone to sit. All right. So if everyone will please be seated, and I will hear both parties' argument. And if both parties, if you want the court reporter to be able to get your record for purposes of appeal, then it needs to be one at a time. Defense, I am going to give you the last argument because it is your motion. State, you may proceed with your argument.
Are we arguing as to the admissibility of State's Exhibit C?
Yes.
Okay. So, Your Honor, yesterday we had talked about all of these concepts, the four corners of the document, the parole evidence rule. I did review it, and the parole evidence rule says only if it's unambiguous. If there isn't something ambiguous, you can look to extrinsic evidence. And
that's loud. Go ahead.
And we looked at a number of cases, Your Honor. As far as something similar, there was Green v. State, which is an older case, 799 SWTB 756. This was one actually that involved the Honorable Susan D. Reed when she was in the 144th. There was a clerical error as to the date on a warrant. And it was, I believe, the warrant said that it was 5 days different than the date it was actually signed. And Judge Reed had denied the motion to suppress without requiring any kind of extrinsic evidence to clarify it. And the court actually found that that was reversible because they should have gotten evidence to clarify it. And that's one reason that I'm bringing to you this affidavit that clearly clarifies the clerical error. Additionally, Your Honor, we would rely also on the good faith exception. Clearly, Detective Size, who was the affiant in this case, went to Judge Del Prado and had the warrant signed in front of him as the affiant. And if you look at it, the affidavit is signed by Judge Del Prado, clearly dated with a timestamp. There is the next page, which is the order, which is stamped 1 minute later by Judge Del Prado. And then you have the actual file stamp on the document, which shows that it was filed at 4:45 p.m. on November 27th, 2023. Given all of those factors and given the affidavit, which I do think is important to clarify for the record, we think that, well, it's sufficient on that grounds, but also that it should be admitted and to provide some kind of evidence for the record.
All right. In the affidavit by Judge Del Prado, it states that there was a clerical error. Are both parties agreeing there was a clerical error or no? Defense, you're not agreeing to that?
I am not.
Okay. All right. Have you completed your argument, State?
As to the admissibility of the affidavit, yes.
All right. Defense.
Your Honor, the good faith exception does not go to the issue of the admissibility of this document. That's being confused here with the admissibility of evidence obtained as a result of the warrant. So I don't think good faith applies here. I don't think, parole evidence is a longstanding rule that applies also in civil cases, and it's sort of, it does not override the constitutional concerns that are at play here under the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the great state of Texas with regard to the Fourth Amendment, Article 1, Section 9, protecting individuals from the entrance of government into their lives. So no, I don't think the parole evidence is enough to support the admissibility of this document. I also think that it is not necessary. The state has within their ability to possibly argue some reasonable inference can be made within the four corners of the document. Whether the court chooses to make that inference or not is up to this court. But I don't even think this affidavit is necessary for that. Basically, they're saying you can make a reasonable inference if you just read this affidavit, this nice affidavit we walked down the hall and got from Judge Del Prado. So I would say it's wholly inadmissible on constitutional and statutory grounds, and it's irrelevant and object.
All right.
All right.
Rule, Judge.
All right. Is there anything else from the defense of the state?
Well, I don't use the word bad faith loose lightly, and I'm not really trying to throw that around so much, but I have never been so offended as I was when I read this to think that the state went and approached the district court judge ex parte on this matter. I will say that I think that is offensive to me as a member of the bar, and it's offensive to the constitutions of our great state and country.
All right. So with regards to the affidavit, this is what the court will say. Number one, I understand the defense's concerns. Ooh. However, Judge Del Prado, the state is making Judge Del Prado a witness, right? So people are allowed to talk to witnesses, whatever witness they want to talk to. It doesn't matter if it's a judge or not. And people are allowed to get affidavits from witnesses if witnesses choose to give them an affidavit. I've read the affidavit because you all are coming to me to decide this. Therefore, I need to read it to decide whether or not it is admissible or not. What I can tell you is from reading the affidavit, and I want this to be clear on the record, and I want both parties to be clear, and I want Mr. Ruiz to be clear. The fact that Judge Del Prado has placed in the affidavit that she found sufficient probable cause to issue the cell phone search warrant has no weight with this court, because I am the person who's to determine whether or not this search warrant is sufficient or not. So the fact that someone else signed it, that has no weight with this court. The court is not even considering that part of the affidavit.
Are you granting my objection with regard to that portion of the affidavit, Your Honor?
Yes. So that is completely disregarded by the court. That is going to not even be considered by the court. Now, the next issue is whether or not, I believe it's defenses. Was defense B the search warrant?
Yes, the November 27th, 2023 search warrant. Yes.
All right. So with regards to defenses B.
And I haven't argued that warrant yet. We're just on the admission.
Yes, we're on this. So with regards to defenses B, in the affidavit that was submitted by the state, it's mentioning that Judge Del Prado is saying there was a clerical error. And so I'm trying to clarify from both parties whether or not you all are deeming that in the search, not the affidavit has the judge's signature, which we now know is Judge Del Prado. It has the date, it has the year, it has the time. The actual search that was signed by Judge Del Prado has the judge's name, has the date, has the year, but it has no month. So the question is, are both parties saying that was a clerical error, or are you saying something else?
I'm not conceding it's a clerical error.
All right, state, what are you saying with regards to that?
The state's position is definitely that this was a clear error.
All right. So with regards to state's exhibit, your affidavit, counsel, there are exceptions to the 4 rules. And one of the exceptions is if there is a clerical error,
we'll jump to it as soon as it happens.
then according to the law, that's allowed to be corrected extrinsically. And in the affidavit that's been submitted by the state, and what is your affidavit?
It states Exhibit C, Your Honor.
States Exhibit C. What it states is that in signing the warrant, I made a clerical error and did not include the month of November. Both the affidavit and the warrant were signed by me on November 27, 2023. The warrant was then file stamped on November 27, 2023 at 4:45 p.m. Could I please see a copy of Defense Exhibit B, please? Dinah, do you have the exhibit?
I do.
That's okay. They have a copy.
Your Honor, would you like to trade with the marked exhibit?
This has a.
Yes. No,
Look at that reach.
no, I'm talking on a reference. Separate.
Yes, if I could see that. And then defense, you have a copy of your B?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Comparing the 2 documents, timestamps. It's going to be interesting.
So in regards to State's
I think
Exhibit
it's
C,
a clerical error.
there's an issue. And I don't want it to appear that the court considered whatsoever the fact that a previous judge found probable cause. That's for me to decide in this case whether or not this search warrant is appropriate. So the court is completely disregarding that. Now, with regards to Defense Exhibit B.
She's gonna rule the same way.
Oh, I'm sorry, counsel, you have B off the record. You have B and your B has a February date. This is not the.
Oh, you know what? That's from the prior motion. I'm sorry.
Just one second. Dinah is going to go get the exhibits that were admitted.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, so
no,
we do.
Pass that to her.
Red Pen said, who'd I hit? You hit Hannah, Mickey Walker, Melissa Webb, Tina, and Sin.
And my email is working slow, so I haven't received it yet.
The rest case is going to begin in a few minutes.
And,
they just have a video of the.
And counsel, if you all want to review,
that's all it is. It's just the logo on the wall. We're not going to miss anything. As soon as something happens, we'll have it.
693. And then if you want to review, also review Green v. State, 799,
Green v. State.
Southwest 2nd, 756 and 759. I'll repeat it. Green v. State, 799, Southwest 2nd, 756, 759. And Somoza v. State, 481, Southwest 3rd, 693, 700.
Judge just knows these case citations off the top of her head.
No, we can do that. Well, do y'all want to review that law?
Oh, we want to review it.
Do y'all want to review that?
You're talking about case law having to do with the admissibility of extrinsic evidence?
Yes.
I'm ready to go. I do have another response I want to urge the court.
All right, just 1 second. Yes, if you'll have her come back.
Well, okay.
All right, we're back on the record. And so the court is reviewing defense exhibit number B, and that's the November date. So on page 3, we have a signature by Christine Del Prado. And the court is able to tell it's Christine Del Prado because the name is printed as Christine Del Prado. I don't think either party is stating that she is not the person who signed the affidavit. And it's dated November 27, 2023 at 4:33 p.m. That's as it relates to the affidavit. Then the actual search warrant is, again, by Christine Del Prado, and it says issued the 27th day of 2023, 4:34 p.m. That's what the court has. So, defense, you want to make your final arguments with regards to the affidavit?
I do, Your Honor, because I think that there's some implicit unreliability to this affidavit, and I want to re-urge my concerns.
It's a late start, risk offending.
Regarding the ex parte nature of the communication in approaching this judge seeking this affidavit. Now, look, it is very, you can infer from this affidavit that the conversation went something like this. Hey, we got a problem on this probable cause on this warrant, Judge, and we need an affidavit here. And by the way, we also have this issue with the date, missing month on the thing. So maybe if they had just submitted an affidavit that had said, I accidentally, inadvertently omitted the month from the return, that would be one thing. But she goes much further to be so bold as to state her opinion about the probable sufficiency of the probable cause. And so I think that it at least raises an eyebrow as to what the nature of those conversations were and how far they went to ex parte the judge on this. And I'm very concerned about that. And I believe on that grounds, it should be wholly rejected, and I believe my objection should be sustained. I mean, the ex parte part of this and the fact that those opinions were stated within this affidavit, again, is so offensive to these proceedings. Like, I just cannot understate how strongly I urge the offense to the rights of my client, to the Constitution of the United States, to the state of Texas, to this honorable court. And I think that it should be wholly disregarded and wholly rejected.
All right, why do you keep referring to this as ex parte? It's a witness.
She wasn't a witness when they approached her. She signed it as a district court judge.
No, I understand that, but I don't think the proper term is they ex parte a witness. They're making her a witness. So I don't see that as ex parte necessarily.
Well, if it was only to an extrinsic clerical matter, maybe I could understand that. But the fact that it went so far afield of that in actually stating her opinion about the sufficiency of the probable cause within this affidavit really concerns me. I don't know if what was said about their concerns about the warrant influenced what she said about the clerical error that was made.
All right. All right. So I don't need to hear anymore.
State be quiet.
All right. With regards to State's Exhibit C, the court is going to sustain the defense's objection, with regards to the second motion to suppress the cell phone. The court has reviewed everything. If you all wish to make brief argument, the court will hear brief argument. Otherwise, I reviewed the defendant's Exhibit B, and the decision I make is going to be made within the four corners of defense Exhibit B. So is there any other argument that I need to hear?
She's not playing her cards yet.
Just to clarify, you're excluding the entire State's Exhibit C or only
Yes.
the portion?
Oh, she did. She excluded it. The cell phone's out. Defense won this.
All right. So the court is going to make its ruling with regards to the second motion to suppress the cell phone. All right. The court has reviewed defense Exhibit number B.
Maybe I heard wrong.
I understand the issues that both parties, that the defense has with Exhibit B as far as page 4 of the document. The court is going to deny the motion to suppress.
It's coming in.
The state has stated through affidavit C, which the court excluded, but which the state stated in an argument that it was a clerical error with regards to page 4. The court is reviewing the document and defense, just one second, in defense Exhibit B. The affidavit is signed on November 27, 2023 at 4:33 p.m. by Christine Del Prado. Then there's a signature on the search warrant of Christine Del Prado, and it says issued 27th day of 2023 at 4:34 p.m. And then there's a file stamp, and it's filed with the clerk, and that file stamp states November 27, 2023 at 4:45 p.m. This is what the court has. The court is following the four corners of the document.
If I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
I understand that you are denying the motion to suppress with regard to that issue on the date. However, I have other grounds with which I intend to argue on the motion to suppress, which I would request a chance.
You already had a chance.
Yes, I'll give you a chance to do that. So just so both parties are aware, with regards to the date, the court will deny the motion with regards to the date because it's a clerical error. All right, now the court will hear your argument with regards to the affidavit.
Okay. So the state's doubled down now on this timeline, which is interesting to me. So you have before it.
We're going to have to bail
let
on
me
this
start
before a
with this.
decision's made.
Of course, we all know that Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution and Article 1, Section 9 of the Texas Constitution, protecting the people in the privacy of their homes and belongings from unreasonable searches of the government, right? That's where we start. That's our starting point, right? And we then have to remember that there's no search to be had unless there is a clear communication that a criminal act has been communicated, and that searching the device or place to be searched will be likely to produce evidence with regard to that criminal act, right? And then we also have that we have here, which is warrant number 1. Warrant number 1 obtained on or about February 14th of 2022.
We're going to wait right here until court begins, and we'll jump down to
suppressed on November 29th, 2023. That's the timeline of the application and the suppression. Now, within and that warrant's been thrown out, but it's reiterated in warrant number 2 that the discussion that gave the detective rise to probable cause occurred on February 7th. We have February 7th, detective has conversation with witness. February 14th, he applies for the warrant. On November 29th, 23, the warrant and all evidence seized under is suppressed. my motion to file that warrant and search was filed obviously before November 29th. Well, now, before the ruling on warrant number 1, the state, I think in anticipation of seeing that I was right, goes and gets a second warrant. And they get it 2 days before the hearing on the first warrant. So from November 27th, and that warrant, as you've heard, was obtained, signed, returned on November 27th. That is 2 days before the first warrant was found to be invalid. So I'm not exactly sure how this is circumstance I wasn't having much luck finding case law on. But what happens when you have 2 active warrants that are purporting to request the same search of the same device? Well, it's got to be suspect, right? I mean, the whole notion of the protections under the Fourth Amendment are that the state does not get multiple bites at the apple, right? They cannot just keep going. The whole idea of protecting against subsequent warrants is because state can't keep going back and requesting a new one every time they get it wrong. They just keep coming back until they get it right. And that is fundamentally offensive to constitutional principles, right? So what we have here is a subsequent warrant obtained 2 days prior to the exclusion of the first one. Now, you take the fact that I think that this automatically sets this in a tone of an eyebrow should be raised and it should be immediately suspect and suspicious to the court as to what is going on here. Then you take into account notions pertaining particularly to the protections with regard to right. We know from Raleigh v. California and codified in the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure 180125 that
just 1 second. If you could slow it down, especially when you're quoting cases, because the court reporter has to put that down. And I can tell you when people rattle off numbers to me and you're typing it, sometimes it takes a while.
Okay. I apologize to the court reporter, opposing counsel. But I will say we have overriding concerns here, particular concerns dealing with the protection of cell phone searches, right? So we're not even talking about a search of a place or a vehicle. We're talking about the search of a cell phone. And the Supreme Court of the United States has told us that because of the intimate and volume of information contained within a cell phone, the personal nature of that enormity of contact, that cell phones deserve some special protections. And we know that Texas has codified, in the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure 180125, there are very particular requirements pertaining to the issuance of a cell phone.
This is a spicy argument.
I will tell you, it's my opinion, that under 18, and I hope I'm quoting that correctly.
That would be good to get that citation right.
180. You're
going to get called if you get that wrong.
Okay. That
Russ trial starts in a few minutes. We're watching the seal on the wall on the left.
Fails under 18.0215. This warrant fails because under 18.0215, it is very specific, which is necessary to be contained within that warrant to be a valid warrant of cell phone. If I may put that to a side for just a moment.
Yes.
I want to go back to the contents of the affidavit on warrant number 2, which are, if you compare the 2 warrants, a lot of the information from warrant 1, from affidavit 1 and affidavit 2 are basically cut and paste. Copy and paste, right? So I think we can all agree, I hope we can all agree, that everything that is identical in affidavit 2 to affidavit 1 all of the identical information should be out, right? It's already been ruled on and it's out.
The judge wants her to wrap up.
So if we extract all of the inadmissible and offensive language that comes from warrant one, and we remove all of that, and we're left to what's left in warrant one. I mean, wait, if we take out what was in warrant one.
Which is Defense Exhibit A.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you're asking that that be removed.
Well, I'm asking, I can read into the record the portions that are identical.
No, I'll let you do your argument.
Okay. There are some portions in warrant two that are newly added.
So warrant 2 is Defense Exhibit B. I'm trying to make sure that the record is reflected correctly.
That is correct.
All right.
That is.
So warrant 1 is Defense Exhibit A. Warrant 2 is Defense Exhibit B. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
I'm sorry, Judge.
No, no problem. I just want the record to be clear.
And I might be getting it a little confused myself, and I don't mean to, and I apologize. So what I'm talking about now is the warrant from November 27, 2023.
All right.
May I sit down, Judge?
Yes, I keep telling everyone to do that.
Okay.
She's been speaking for quite a while.
The parts of the November 27th, 2023 warrant that I have identified as being newly added are included in the third paragraph of the probable cause facts.
Which page?
That's page 1.
Okay.
It's the third paragraph from the bottom. The number 1 was added after witness.
Whoa.
All right. So you're saying what is new is from page 1.
Yes.
The third paragraph.
So the number 1 after witness, that number 1 is new. And then the second line, beginning with witness 1, also described receiving video footage on her cell phone from the defendant's cell phone, showing him disciplining the victim.
I think we're about to jump over to court.
While watching video footage, she could see the victim holding up something in her hand.
Okay, so we're going to bail.
While crying.
We're going to bail for a little bit. That we found out that particular case is extremely sad and tragic and terrible. So as they get into the evidence that we don't want to hear, it involved a child that passed away as a result of abuse. So spicy argument. I like to see spicy argument, but we don't like all those. It's court's bad enough with what we have right now. So let's see. We're going to go to one box with camera 1. It's camera 1. There we go. Okay. And let's see. Let's bring them up. We're getting set to go to court right here. We've got audio. No audio yet. We're seeing a little bit of camera movement. I'm just going to get our counter set up. Let's see, where did I put our counter? How did I lose our Alec counter? There's a sorry counter. That's different. Objections final, maybe? Oh, there it is. ABC fixed. Got it. Okay, let me build everything and we'll jump over to court as we're waiting for audio. So we're still looking at the wall. So camera 2 is going to be 3. Camera 1 is going to be 6. And let's jump there now. Bring on our counter. Okay, so, whoops. It would help if I had the right image in place. There we go. We'll bring that online instead of the background. All right, now we're ready to go. Now we're ready for court. That was a bit rough. But after the delayed start, we're going to be starting the Rust trial in just a moment. So we'll keep this pulled up and active while we watch for the judge to come in late as usual. I'm just saying, late as usual. sure we've got everything we need. All right, we're supposed to begin right now. We're now 15 minutes late. This is the last week of trial. The state rested yesterday. So we, in the break this morning, one of the things that happened outside of our presence that the judge did not allow to be streamed was the hearing, the motion and the hearing on the motion to have a judgment, a JOA, a judgment of acquittal entered by the judge. Basically, it's also sometimes referred to as a it's something that just escaped me. It's where the judge enters a verdict without the jury hearing the evidence. It's JOA is on my head, but directed verdict. Thank you, Greeners. Anyway, that is basically with the prosecution is not the one that makes the motion. It's the defense. So defense gets the first go and the last go, and they say, "Look, Judge, the prosecution did not make the case. They have to say every element of the case. There has to be evidence presented for that. And as long as they have presented some, and usually it can be a tiny, minuscule amount, but as long as there is some evidence presented towards each element of the charge, the judge will say, I have to view this in the light most favorable to the prosecution in this case. And if there is some evidence that goes to each element of the charge, then she has to pass it on to the jury, and the jury can decide. And the jury might say, hey, there's not enough evidence. We're going to say not guilty on that one. There's just too much doubt, and that might happen, but it goes to the jury. So there was some evidence. That was the testimony from the stepmom that says she got the drugs from her. That was probably the argument that made most strongly in this case. And anyway, it didn't happen. The judge denied it either way, so it's going to the jury as charged. We're going to have both charges for the jury, but now we're beginning the state or the defense's portion of the case where they get to put on evidence. They don't have to. There's no burden on the defense. The state carries the entire burden in this case. So with the state carrying the burden, if they haven't proved it now, it's going to be a not guilty, but the defense gets the opportunity, including the defendant has the opportunity to testify in her own defense if she so chooses. And we'll see if that's something we go forward with. There have been many cases where we get to this point and the defense stands up and says, defense rests. And then suddenly we're on to jury instructions and verdict watch. I don't think that'll happen here. I think they've called a lot of witnesses. I think they will be bringing them in. They will be putting on some evidence, probably a couple days of it. I'd be surprised if it takes all the way through Thursday, but that's going to happen either way. So that's where we are. Our Alec Baldwin counter in the bottom right-hand corner is up to 396 because that's how many times someone in court, whether it's the judge, the attorneys, a witness, has said the name Alec Baldwin, Alec Baldwin, or Alexander Baldwin. Any one of those variants is enough to get on the counter 396 times it's been mentioned. Defense has witnesses. They do, definitely. They've filed a list of potential witnesses. They don't have to call them all, but I think they will call someone. I'm leaning more and more that Hannah is going to be on that list. I just don't see now what she has to lose. I think all the dirt's really come out against her, unless they can get her and pin her down to a previous statement. I realize there are a lot of statements out there that her story has to be consistent with those, or else she's going to get impeached. But I think basically the state proved their case, in my opinion. And at this point, what does she have to lose? Not sure. We'll see. Let's see. Or her testifying could be hilarious. It could definitely add to the excitement for the wrap up tonight, Ian. It could be amazing. So we've seen fireworks already. The drama between the prosecution and defense really dialed back a lot. Just her dignity. It dialed back a ton after the judge really started enforcing the no speaking objections rule. As a matter of fact, she enforced this rule more tightly than I have ever seen it enforced before, because she didn't allow you to even basically say what the objection was. All you just have to say is objection, and even that was sometimes too much. You just raise your hand. She's like, all right, you guys approach. The hand's been raised. Children, nope, silence, approach in silence. There was a period where there was some objections, some back and forth, some speaking out of turn, some exasperation, some hand motions, gestures. Nothing like overly offensive, but it did go a little too far, and the judge cracked down on it, which was great. So we like a judge that's in control of the courtroom, because when you're not, you end up with, I don't know, Daryl Brooks, 24/7. It makes the process so much longer, and you feel like you're wasting time. But so we'll see how it goes here as we begin with the defense case in just moments, possibly 9 minutes if she wants to start on the half hour, because we're at 12:21 Eastern time, which is, it'll be 10:30 in 9 minutes in New Mexico. Can we have a lightning poll on will Hannah testify? That's one I'll allow. I will allow it. That's a great question, Bernie. So you've said specifically will Hannah testify, not should, but will. So pay attention. Will Hannah testify her defense? Simple yes, no. Only 2 questions. You can't sit on the fence. You have to go one way or the other, or not vote. Wendy by proxy, you are still our internet owner, but I am going to clear your pinned message off the top of the screen, because sometimes that confuses people during the actual proceedings. I'm excited to get this underway. This is interesting. I find the evidence for both for recklessness and the evidence for tampering underwhelming, says Mathis. The tampering was this is what I don't get. Why was Hannah charged with tampering for giving away something that was in her pocket, which may or may not have been drugs? And this was at the hotel after the fact. And Sarah not charged for tampering for throwing away all the potential live rounds that might have been in other guns at the scene at the moment. Why is one charged and the other not? That just, it seems like they would have a much stronger case for tampering against Sarah, who threw away the rental dummies for the guns she loaded. She got an immunity deal, but I mean, to me, it seems like that would have been the sure bet. Charge her with tampering and then give the immunity deal to Hannah on the evidence tampering issue. But it seems like they went with the lesser of the 2 offenses to pursue. Sarah took a deal, or had a deal. She took the deal, and I believe she's complied at least with about 50% of it, because I'm sure half the deal is to testify in Alec Baldwin's trial as well. And that's going to be exciting, because now she'll have to have her story match up with everything, not just everything she said that day and in the interviews, but this trial as well. Hannah was never getting an immunity deal. No, she was the easy target, really. I believe she's guilty, but I believe she was also the very easy target. I would like to know why Sarah has immunity. I think the prosecution thought that Sarah would help them for sure make a conviction, but I don't think Sarah has added enough to the case. A couple of the witnesses the state's called, I don't think have helped a ton in proving their case. I think the state's case really fell apart when they learned in court, and they learned during court from a witness, that not every shiny silver primer means live round. Their whole case was built around that. If you go back and listen to opening arguments and everything, you're going to hear the live rounds. They stand out. You know where the live round is because of that shiny primer. And they learned that that's not the case. And that sort of fell apart, but then they're still presenting the evidence as if that was the case. I mean, the whole photo enhancement guy was all about shiny primers. That's all he could do. Is that a shiny primer? And once that part sort of fell apart for them, it's some of the evidence just seems like a waste of 10 grand on an expert, at least in my opinion. The state had to get someone that was someone. The state had to get someone. It was worldwide news. Oh, somebody has to be pinned, right? You can't have somebody die and no charges. I mean, look at the backlash when they dropped the charges on Alec Murdaugh. Not Alec Murdaugh, Alec Baldwin. Sorry. I'm getting my Alex mixed up. This is Hannah's trial, nobody else's. Right, but still 396 times Baldwin has entered the chat. I wonder if the number in Mr. Baldwin's trial will be similar for Hannah, if her name's going to be mentioned 400 plus times. Can you overturn immunity? The deal is a deal as long as they comply. If they don't comply, the deal is off the table. So if they lie, if they if they don't do what they said they're going to do in order to get the deal, then they're fully able to be charged. So if Sarah got up there and under questioning, she's like, I'm not gonna say what happened there. I'm not gonna go into that. I plead the fifth, right? You can't do that. And they would say, okay, that's fine. You plead the fifth here. We're going to serve you because you're now being charged for XYZ crimes. So if they don't comply, the deal is off the table. Is Alka being charged because he actually shot her because he was a producer? The charge is negligent manslaughter. So if they're trying to prove that as a producer, he should have known about the risks that were going on and everything. It seems like a harder way to prove that. It's probably much easier to prove it because he was holding the gun when it went off, pointed at Helena and Joel. That seems like the easier one. But I'm sure they're going to get into the lax production as far as the cheap and the poop that we heard about that set. Photo guy was a complete waste of money. My son does better on edits on his phone. Bex Harding, I was hard on him. I was really brutal on him. I think probably a little too hard, but I did expect better, like better quality work. He has the knowledge. He explained it very well. I mean, he understands it very well. It's just the work product seemed to be not on par with the training and specifically the cost of his services. Seemed out of whack a bit. Do you feel the last witness helped the state at all? No. I think they had to justify why they had a $10,000 receipt on their expert witness bill, and so they had to show something. But I don't think any of us got to somewhere we weren't already with his testimony, because everyone can already see which ones are shinier, and him making it bigger and brighter, it didn't change anything. It didn't change anything for me. There was nothing that he clarified in the pictures like, oh, now, yeah, that does make sense. I couldn't tell what that was before. No, we could all see it. His enhancements were poop. Yes, the emoji, for those that are keeping track, we added, let's go back to the thumbnail. Today's thumbnail is right here. So we do have the poop emoji. Let me turn that off. I made it a little bit smaller. It's right in front of the Bonanza gate to the ranch, but I made it a little smaller because I didn't want poop to be like the main deal. There we go. We've got. Is there anything else we needed? I think we added everything. We added the pixels as well on the church. The pixelation, that was in honor of the last witness. The pixelated door of the church, because you don't want to show what happened in there. But that's all. So that's our latest and greatest update on the thumbnail. TYO Toys on Twitter did a video compilation where he took all the poop references and basically stuck them all together in one little video. So if you want a quick laugh, you can do that. Let's see. People don't understand. You cannot edit photos. It's illegal. The state was crossing the line and the defense didn't object. Christina, he was very careful. And this was part of the problem why the pictures were not clear. And this is why some of the shade I threw at him was sort of not fair. Because the editing he was doing was resizing pixels instead of using like AI to draw between the lines. Right? AI can smooth things and draw between the lines. And I mean, look at anytime you're using there's a tool where you can remove like a tree or an ex-boyfriend from a family photo picture. I mean, these are amazing tools where the computer will just like draw what the background is. It sees what's around it and sort of fills in and says, this is what should have been there. The camera didn't see it, but it looks like this. And it's an amazing, amazing tool. That would be adding something to the picture that's not right. In his case, he's using some very specific processes to change what is there as far as how it appears like making it brighter or dimmer, but not actually changing the key data itself in the picture. So his hands were tied a little bit, but 10 grand and still a blurry picture. Not worth it in my opinion. All right, I need this one. Okay, just getting all our ducks in a row. Not. Okay, we've got nothing. Court still hasn't started. We're now past 12:30. More and more delays. Let's see, I think we are from AD. I think he was hired specifically to find the silver primers, and when they found out they didn't matter, they had to show something for that money. Yeah, it was. That's what I'm saying. That their whole premise was the silver primer. It's like the silver primer is, it's the magic bullet in the case. This seals the deal. It's the nail in the coffin. And then they found out that that was not the case. And they still had all their evidence tailored for that story anyway. Looking at the poll we did as far as will Hannah testify, we're going to close that out now. Looks like we had, let's see, we've got, where did the results go? Here we go. Exactly 1,000 votes, and no was 64%, yes was 35%, and 1% of you was eaten by the YouTube algorithm. I don't know why it does that, but there's always 1% that's thrown away. That is a throwaway percentage. $10K on Pickles. Per pixel, that was really expensive, I think. Pixels are really... Don't tell that to my kids who play Minecraft, which is the most pixelated game ever. Let's see, court has not started. Is chat working? And it is. Welcome. Good to have you here. Court just has not started yet. Adam Nusky says that testimony was like when you spend 2 hours on a paragraph and you end up not needing, but you don't want to delete it. So you make your conclusion. Looks like he did a surface blur filter. Smoothing actually reduces the data displayed. Direct evidence comes with its own flaws. How clear is the picture or footage? How clear is a witness's memory? Even if it's called direct, sometimes it's very unclear. I would say personal observations from witnesses are some of the most unreliable evidence that we hear in court. Oh. See, don't throw away my vote. I'm going to go vote today. Should I just stay home? No. Everyone should vote. If you have the opportunity to vote, if whatever country you're in, if you have the opportunity to vote, and whichever side you want to vote for, I would recommend you do it. The process is better with more involvement. That's as political as we get. But I'm a strong supporter of voting and being involved, even on a community level. Do you guys see the news last night, I think it was, out of Michigan with the firework factory that exploded? Any of you? There's video from a bunch of different angles. It was like the most incredible fireworks show. Unfortunately, it was on the ground. And hopefully there were no injuries. I see the judge's head. I see her head there. There we go. We've got motion. Here we go. No audio yet, but we'll have it soon.
All right. You may be seated. The state has rested defense.
Your Honor, the defense calls Lorenzo Montoya.
Larissa Montoya, first witness for the defense. Trying to improve the audio for you because it's a little bit terrible right now. We'll get the video and everything improved as well in time. It's a little bit.
It's not on. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Talk into the microphone.
Good morning, Mr. Montoya. Can you please explain to the jury how you are employed?
Morning. My name is Lorenzo Montoya, and I am a compliance officer with New Mexico OSHA.
Oh, the OSHA.
And what do you do as a compliance officer?
I'm a safety inspector. Accident investigator, in summary.
And what do you need to do to become a safety inspector, accident investigator with OSHA?
Well, you'll require some experience in the field of safety, workplace safety, industrial safety, chemical safety. Accident investigation requires some training, and that can be accomplished on the job.
What does OSHA stand for?
Occupational Safety and Health Administration.
And what is that a state agency?
New Mexico OSHA is a state plan, whereas federal OSHA is at the federal level nationwide.
Is the Bureau part of the New Mexico Environment Department?
Yes.
So tell us about your experience then in workplace safety.
Sure. My experience with occupational safety began in the U.S. Air Force as an aircraft mechanic. I was in charge of our hazardous materials program. And following that, I worked for the New Mexico Department of Health at the Behavioral Health Institute, performing more sort of safety and walkthroughs for our patient health in that scenario.
And how long have you been a safety inspector with OSHA?
Been with OSHA for 5 years.
How did you get involved in the incident we're here for today in this case?
OSHA, one of its duties is to inspect workplace accidents, incidents, or anything that results in a fatality. In this scenario, we were notified of a workplace fatality, and so I was assigned the inspection.
And when you're assigned an inspection that's reported to you, what is the purpose of your investigation?
It's a fact-finding investigation. Our goal is to try to identify what may have caused the incident, so we can either recommend or require corrective measures to prevent such a thing from happening again.
And did you do an investigation of the workplace safety incident that occurred on the set of Rust on October 21st of 2021?
Correct, yes.
What does that mean? What does your investigation entail?
So the investigation is to, if possible, find a root cause for whatever may have led up to the incident. Sometimes things are not so simple and they have a lot of complicated factors that contribute them to occurring. In this scenario, the investigation is to try to identify what led to the accident occurring despite whatever measures may have been put in place to mitigate or prevent in the first place.
And how do you do that? What did you do in this investigation?
The same as any. When we conduct investigations, we interview witnesses. We interview members of management. We might engage with industry professionals if necessary. Visit the site, take photos.
Did you do all those things in this case?
Yes.
When was it that you visited the site?
We originally visited, I believe, the following day, October 22nd, was when we were notified.
Did you communicate with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department as well?
only in the beginning when we were trying to ensure that we would be able to access the site without potentially stepping into a crime scene.
Which witnesses do you remember interviewing in this case?
That day, the only individual present on site was Catherine Rowe Walters.
Okay. And in the course of your investigation, how many witnesses did you interview in this case?
I could only estimate off the top of my head. I believe we interviewed 17 people.
Okay. Did you interview Ms. Gutierrez?
We did, yes.
Did you interview Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Did you interview Mr. Baldwin?
Yes.
Did you interview Sarah Zachary?
Yes.
Gabrielle Pickle?
Yes. So, no wait, not Gabrielle Pickle, sorry.
Did you review any documents in this case that aided in your investigation?
Yes, we reviewed many documents.
Is your investigation, how is it that you gather documents that you review?
Generally, we request any safety policies, programs, or trainings from the employer.
And what specific documents did you review in this case?
In this case, we had requested any safety policies that they may have, and they provided us with, they're referred to as safety bulletins, and they have a longer title, which I can't recall the name of. They're organized by a committee of some kind. But safety bulletin number 1 is the applicable safety bulletin for firearm safety.
Okay, and what other documents did you review?
They gave us a host of other of these safety bulletins, which cover various miscellanea you encounter on a set, from lighting to electricity and so forth.
What about communications between the various witnesses and cast and crew on set? Did you review any of those things?
We did receive some of those documents, but those did not come from our employer. They came from our individuals that we interviewed.
So the individuals you interviewed, the witnesses, provided you with emails and texts?
Some, yes.
And were you able to come to any findings and conclusions in this case?
We did come to a conclusion.
And were those findings, did you put those findings in a written report?
We did.
Once you do that written report, what's the process there?
We draft the report, proofread it, and when it's completed, we assemble the case file together, and if necessary, we issue citations, and in this scenario, we did issue a citation.
Who did you issue the citation to in this case?
Rust Movie Productions, LLC.
Once you issue, what was the citation
working on the
that
audio.
you issued
Sorry.
for? Why did you issue a citation?
The citation was issued because, in our conclusions, we determined that the management team was responsible for a series of failures that, in our opinion, accumulated in an accident.
Okay, and by management team, who do you mean specifically?
Specifically, we mean the chain of command above Hannah Gutierrez, beginning at the lowest level with Sarah Zachary, and then Gabrielle Pickle, and then Dave Halls.
So did your findings then include any, so then your findings that you just spoke of, those didn't include Ms. Gutierrez, right?
As an employee directly engaged in the work, she is mentioned in the report frequently, but in terms of who do we identify as a member of management, and thus who do we consider responsible, she's not. She's just an employee.
Okay. And once you do your report and issue the citation, does the employer, the production company, get an opportunity to contest that?
They do.
And did they contest that in this case?
They did.
Was a fine ever ultimately levied against the employer in this case?
There was, yes.
What was that fine?
They came to a settlement agreement with the department at $100,000 even.
And in your experience, have you seen the state of New Mexico levy such a high fine like that to an employer for workplace safety ever?
I believe we have in the past.
Is that an average? Is that a usual fine amount that you see?
For typical inspections, no.
Is that higher or lower?
This would be higher than normal.
In your report that you write, once you're completed it, are there any other individuals who review and audit your work?
There are.
Who explain to the jury the levels of review and audit of your findings and conclusions in your report?
Right. So the proofreading, final edits, and that sort of thing fall to first initially my supervisor, and then her supervisor, who is our program manager, and then from him it would pass up to our bureau chief, Bob Genoway, and as well as our legal team, and potentially our department director, all the way up to the secretary if it's potentially something that is a matter of public interest.
And in fact, in this case, did the secretary for the Environment Department review and audit your report and your findings?
He reviewed the report. By the time I got to him, there was nothing left then just to review it.
Okay. And does your report and your citations, are those a matter of public record?
They are.
And is your report kept in the New Mexico OSHA Environment Department?
Yes.
Did you bring a copy? I saw you walk up to the stand today with a folder. Did you bring a copy of your report today?
I have a copy of our investigative summary. Sometimes we refer to that as a narrative.
Okay, and is that the document that you prepared that we've been discussing this morning? That's 11 pages?
It is 11 pages, yes, so possibly.
Okay, and it's this document that you make your findings and conclusions, right?
Yes, we list them out.
Your Honor, I'm going to hand the witness what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit GG. May I approach?
GG is a gamer reference.
Yes.
Good game. They approach here and they're going to talk this one over. He is very careful with his words. That's good. That helps show that he's not on one side or the other. He's an impartial witness. So, GG. Yep, it's everyone who's played games knows. GG is a good game. It's a step above F's in the chat, I think. Ghouls and goblins. Do we know the profiles of the jury? We have not heard a lot about the jury. Not about them specifically. Other than they've been taking a lot of notes. They've been very diligently taking notes and paying attention. I think this is not a jury that's distracted or careless. They seem diligent that way. Bree had other work. I'm not sure if she's going to be able to make it to the courtroom this week or not. I always say GG when I win video games. Do you say GG when you lose, though? Because that would be the one I would have to say more often. So far, I agree with this witness. As Yaki, he's saying that they found fault in the management, and the management led to this incident happening. Now, OSHA generally looks at management type things. They look at people who are responsible to ensure the safety of general workers. So I would expect an OSHA report to find fault in management if there was a loss of life or an injury. Seldom will you, I mean, it has happened, but occasionally you'll have an OSHA report that comes back and says, yeah, you had all the proper procedures in place. You just had this one employee who went rogue, and it's just their own fault. The fault lies solely on that employee. They stuck their hand in a machine they shouldn't have done. And, they bypassed the guards, they bypassed the safety mechanisms. They ignored the safety bulletins and the trainings and everything else they were supposed to do. That they're going to find fault in management somewhere to say, this is how you can prevent this from happening again. OSHA reports. I dealt with them when I was working in a metal shop. And people lose fingers in a metal shop. That's just something that happens. I've got scars from working in the metal shop. Luckily, didn't lose any appendages. But it's when you're working around a dangerous environment and something goes wrong, there's always a investigation that happens afterwards. And there's an after-action report and everything written up. And they're basically saying, how do we prevent this from happening in the future so we don't get fined from OSHA? And maybe it's installing a new training or training more regularly or, having a different safety device installed, a little laser field that if something breaks that field, it will kill power to a machine. There are all these options. OSHA's going to find that. And they also are going to look, they could do inspections and they'll look for like, hey, you shouldn't have that extension cord right there. That should be hardwired into the wall. And, you shouldn't, X number of feet beyond any electrical box for safety reasons. And they look for all sorts of stuff. But if they want to find a problem, OSHA will find a problem. If they came out with the intention to fine you, just pay the fine because you're gonna get it. Instant members of the Short Finger Club. Yep. We also found out that my company going policy was $5,000 per knuckle. I didn't know that, but I guess it's in the employee handbook. $5,000 per knuckle is what they offer. And obviously, if you lose a whole hand, there's like a bonus that they add on when you lose all the knuckles. But luckily, we didn't have anyone lose a hand, at least in my facility while I was there. OSHA doesn't like auto dealerships? Really? What do they have against auto dealerships? It's not a great price. I would $10K for the finger. Man, 1, 2. I would say if it's one of the knuckles like the base of the finger. 5-finger discounts. You guys are awful. You guys are awful. OSHA would always go up to the higher ups as the procedures need to be in place to ensure safety. In fact, they blamed management. Most likely means safety procedures were not sufficient. Each digit is worth a percentage. Learned that in VA from my husband reading. Grandpa was missing a few fingers from his tenure in the sawmill. Oh, man. It can happen so fast. So quick. Workers' comp has a value for every body part. Yes, we've all been we've been weighed and we've been measured and we've been valued. So if we get injured at work, they can literally do the math on a calculator for what it's worth. I'll take my pinky for $12K. It's not worth it, really. Affleck prices your body parts too. This is morbid. How did we get here? Let's see. Blackbird says, my dad worked in the cheese factory in Wisconsin. He lost 2 fingertips in the shaper tube. The joke there is that it was very sharp cheddar, but I'm not sure if you want me to go there. My brother lost the tip of his finger at work. They gave him $14K. That's a good price, Sean. $14K for the tip of one finger. That's like triple what my company was offering. Maybe inflation. Over time, bodies become worth more. Quality RN says, all right, I'm very interested. To me, this is like the TJC report for JHatch.
So, and if you need a refresher memory from looking at your report, I wanted to go through. So did your report include factual findings from your investigation?
Yes, it does.
Did it also include conclusions that you reached from that investigation?
Yes.
And did you conclude whether, with respect to Hannah Gutierrez, whether she was or was, did you conclude that Hannah was not provided with enough time to inventory and inspect the dummy blink rounds?
Objection. Objection leading?
Approach.
Objection leading. Was that a little leading? If your question on direct can be answered, if your question is like 30 seconds long and it can be answered with a yes or no, I think that would be leading. Might need a lawyer to clarify that, but I'm thinking that's the objection. The employee's handbook. It's not the employee's stump of an arm book. No, it's they wanted all the employees to keep their fingers. That was the goal. They work better with fingers. That's the rule of thumb, but not exactly. This whole trial is leading. Yes, it has been the entire time, but the objection was timely, and it matters not that all the previous objections were ignored. Well, or were not made. If they make the objection now, the judge rules on it.
So like I stated, Mr. Montoya,
She did state.
in your report, did you conclude whether Hannah was provided with enough time to inventory and inspect dummy rounds and blanks?
That was one of our conclusions, yes.
What specifically did you conclude about that?
May I look at the folder?
Would it refresh your recollection to review your report?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Do you have it in front of you, or do you want me to hand you a copy?
I do have a copy in front of me, unless yours is highlighted or marked.
Page 7?
I prefer a highlighted copy.
Okay. So what were your conclusions with respect to whether Ms. Gutierrez was provided enough time to inventory and inspect the dummy rounds from her employer?
We came to the conclusion that she was not afforded time to conduct her duties to the best of her diligence.
And who didn't give her enough time to do that?
She had been instructed by Gabrielle Pickle to focus on other tasks.
And did you determine whether Rust had any process to ensure that live rounds were not brought onto set?
We determined that Rust did not have any specific processes or procedures to prevent that possibility.
And why was it that that was on the employer, in your opinion, versus the armor?
In that manner, the employer is asking an individual to perform multiple safety-related functions for them, while also telling them that they're spending too much time engaging in those safety-related functions and need to devote more time to other duties. And on that matter, we determined that to be a managerial decision.
Okay.
Wow.
And did you conclude whether Rust management provided the armor, Ms. Gutierrez, with any authority on training?
We concluded that she effectively had no authority to make any sort of training decisions.
And in your investigation, was that failure to give the armor authority to determine training, was that a violation of any Rust safety procedures?
It was.
What was that a violation of?
Safety bulletin number 1. One of the required items is that the armor determines when training is necessary and if retraining is necessary based on somebody maybe mishandling a firearm.
Okay, and what evidence, did you see any evidence in your investigation about the armor, Ms. Gutierrez, attempting to attain additional training on firearms for the actors?
Not specifically attempting to retrain, to acquire more time for training into my memory.
Okay, and was that did the employer, I guess, did Ms. Gutierrez raise any concerns about not being provided adequate time to perform her armor duties?
Yes.
And what in your investigation was Rust's response to that?
Our conclusion was that those statements regarding not having enough time went unheeded and uncommented on.
By whom?
Gabrielle Pickle and possibly Sarah Zachary or Dave Halls.
Sarah Zachary and Dave Halls?
Yes.
Did you make any conclusions in your findings in your report about who the Rust safety official was on set?
We did.
Who was that?
Dave Halls.
And did you find any fault with anything that Dave Halls did?
So OSHA considers the entire management apparatus to be a single entity. And in this scenario, there are these three individuals who are part of this upper level of management. And Dave Hall's responsibility as the safety coordinator on set. We certainly found that there were a number of safety bulletin number 1 policies that were not followed or adhered to that would fall within his purview.
Okay, and were any of those pertaining to having the actors point guns at crew members?
That is one of the items in the safety bulletin.
And are you saying that Mr. Halls and the rest top level management were in violation of that?
Rust's management team did not take measures that were required in safety bulletin number 1 to permit the aiming of a firearm at a camera or whatever the case might be.
Okay. And you talked a little bit about Rust not providing Ms. Gutierrez with sufficient time to thoroughly inventory ammunition. And by ammunition, I mean blanks and dummies. Were there any findings with respect to Rust providing their staff sufficient time to inspect this ammunition to ensure there were no live rounds present?
No, our conclusion was they weren't afforded time. I'm sorry.
And with respect to whether or not Rust production showed an indifference to hazards associated with firearms, what was your opinion on that?
The conclusion of the Bureau on that was based on the sheer number of requirements listed in Safety Bulletin number 1 that were either ignored or otherwise not at all followed or totally contrary in practice to. We found that Rust was willful. They were plain indifferent to the recognized hazards of firearms.
And when you're doing this, does OSHA have a requirement to look at fault of specific employees?
As part of our inspection process, we try to identify a root cause if we can. Whether an accident is caused because someone is falling asleep at the wheel or whatever the case might be, we do try to identify those things. In this scenario, we weren't necessarily able to identify any particular standout reason why an employee would be to blame.
So what was, in total bottom line here, the root cause that you found?
To summarize the entire report would be that Rust Movie Productions identified a hazard, a workplace hazard, working with firearms, and they adopted firearm safety policies, but they totally failed to enforce them, train their employees on them, practice them, reference them, nothing. They adopted it and it stopped at the word adoption. Nothing further happened.
Okay. And was it brought to their attention by Ms. Gutierrez and others that there were these deficiencies?
Safety concerns were raised regarding the policies listed in Safety Bulletin number 1 not being followed.
And what was Rust's response to those concerns that were raised by Ms. Gutierrez?
Again, they seem to have chosen to simply not respond.
Huh. This is great testimony for Hannah. But I still don't think this gets her out of her responsibility. It was her job to know. It was her job to enforce safety.
I'll pass witness.
They're going to pass on that one. Okay, show them a video. This prosecution needs to show a video of Hannah using the shotgun as a crutch. And
thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Montoya, good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit before I get into any of the details, a little bit more about the inspection process that you typically conduct. How long do you have to perform this inspection?
OSHA has a limit of 6 months to the day to initiate and conclude an inspection.
All right. So does that mean that in some instances you may not have all of the evidence that is available from, for example, an investigating law enforcement agency?
Correct.
And in this case, is it true that you did not have the sheriff's report at the time that you issued your report?
Yes, the sheriff's report was the following day or two, I believe.
All right. So just to be clear, none of the information that was included in the sheriff's investigative report made its way into your report and findings, correct?
Correct. Only their initial public release, press release.
The press release?
Only that.
Okay. But not any of the actual investigative materials?
No.
All right. Is OHSB authorized under law to fine or penalize individual employees?
No.
Only employers, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that, I believe you explained that your primary role of investigation is to look at what the employer did in terms of creating a potentially hazardous situation.
What they could do to prevent it or what they did to create it, yes.
Great, thank you. So even if as part of your investigation you found concerning conduct by an individual employee, you couldn't issue that person a fine, correct?
Not individually, no.
Great. And this is not a criminal investigation that you're conducting, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so you mentioned you did not review the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office report. Did you conduct a forensic download of any of the individuals' phones involved in this incident?
No.
Did you review the over 100 behind-the-scenes videos that were produced by production outfitters?
No, those were not available to us.
All right. Did you review any footage from the filming of the Rust movie?
Only a small clip that was put into public media.
Was that the clip, just kind of a few-second clip of Mr. Baldwin manipulating the firearm out of his bandolier?
Correct.
So all of the other videos that were filmed as part of the movie, you did not look at any of those, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you hire any sort of firearms expert to review the revolver or ammunition?
We did not.
All right. Did you hire or consult with an expert in armor, like film armoring?
No, we did not.
All right.
Did you review our pixelated
expert images? Did you review any of the fingerprint
images?
analysis from the FBI?
No.
Did you review any of the DNA analysis from the FBI?
No.
Did you review any of the ballistic chemistry analysis from the FBI?
No.
Are you aware that Ms. Gutierrez worked in her role as an armorer for 10 of the 12 filming days?
As far as we're aware, it was only permitted 8 days as an armorer.
So you would be surprised to hear that she actually was afforded 10 armorer days out of the 12 filming days?
It would be news?
Yes. Okay. Great. Are you aware that Ms. Pickle testified at trial that if Ms. Gutierrez had asked for more than those 10 days, she may have granted them if they were justified?
He has to say no here.
I'm not aware that she testified that.
All right. Are you aware that on the morning of October 21st, 2021, Ms. Gutierrez had approximately 3 hours of time in which she could have inspected ammunition or done a safety check of the revolver involved in this incident?
No.
Are you aware that it's been testified here in the court that Ms. Zachary was Ms. Gutierrez's supervisor when she was performing props, but that the roles were actually reversed, that Ms. Gutierrez provided instruction to Ms. Zachary with regard to the armorer duties?
Yes, with some interplay in that they're not quite peers.
Great. And do you agree that Ms. Gutierrez in her role as armorer contributed to some of the issues that you identified in your report?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. Do you agree that Ms. Gutierrez in her role as armorer contributed to some of the findings that you issued in your report?
No, I'm not sure I could necessarily agree.
This isn't impeaching, this is discrediting. He's basically saying the information you made your assumptions on is not accurate. He didn't say one thing previously and now says something different. That would be impeaching the witness. And this is very effective cross, Joseph. This is really good.
If you were to return to page 4 of your report. On paragraph 13,
okay.
The last sentence, unless a round is removed from a storage box or firearm and inspected, it cannot be verified as a dummy round. Do you believe that is the function of an armorer to perform this inspection that you indicated on this report?
I believe that would be one of their many functions, yes.
Right. So if she failed to do that, then would she have contributed in this regard?
OSHA's opinion is that management has to enable the work to be done in the first place. So if she didn't do that, our question would be, why wasn't someone ensuring that she would do that? And thus we would turn back to management.
Okay, sure. And that gets back to the whole fact that you're looking at the employer primarily as the basis of your investigation, correct?
Correct.
All right. Do you agree that if Ms. Gutierrez loaded live ammunition into a firearm and then passed it off as a cold gun, that would be a workplace hazard?
Certainly.
All right. And then lastly, are you aware, I believe you conducted an interview with Ms. Gutierrez, correct?
Correct.
And in that interview, she indicated to you that she asked 2 producers for additional training time, correct? Do you recall that?
I don't recall at the top of my head.
Okay. All right. Nothing further.
Redirect.
With that little hypothetical that Mr. Lewis just said, if Ms. Gutierrez had passed off a loaded gun as cold, would that be a workplace hazard? What if Rust had not allowed the armorer sufficient time to inspect that gun and rushed her and instructed her specifically of what they wanted her to do? Whose fault would it be then?
We're going to have a little objection there. What if, hypothetical, here's the problem. You're asking him to speculate. Here's the objection. This is not an expert witness. This is a lay person. He's an employee. He's testifying, but he's not certified as an expert, and so she cannot have him speculate.
Rephrase my question. So if in what Mr. Lewis had stated, if there was a gun passed off as cold, whose fault would it be, or whose responsibility would it be to ensure that the armorer had sufficient time and resources to make that gun safe?
It's always the responsibility of management to supervise effectively and quality control effectively.
Is he an expert?
If an employee is conducting a safety-related task, they pass it off as safe, and supervision does nothing with that, and they allow it to be implemented. Supervision's responsibility to double-check that.
And was it also Rust's responsibility to ensure that the employee had to take those? I guess, did your investigation reveal that Ms. Gutierrez had specifically requested more time to do those safety checks?
She had expressed on more than one occasion that she did not have sufficient time.
And Rust's response, was there any fault in Rust's response to Ms. Gutierrez's concerns and requests?
In one scenario, Gabrielle Pickle responded that to the point that there are no more armorer days out of the 8 left. She had responded that then no more training days are to occur. So their response has been to just, okay, we'll cut it then.
cut off the firearm training days.
Right.
And did you actually receive a copy of the Santa Fe Sheriff's report after this report of yours came out?
Our office received a copy of the report, yes.
And had you guys previously requested that many times from them?
We had previously requested whatever documents they'd be willing to share or assist with.
And is it necessary to review fingerprints to determine whether arrest management demonstrated an indifference to hazards and violation of their own standards? Do you have to look at fingerprints to do that?
No, not at all.
Do you have to look at DNA to do that?
No.
Or any firearms expert?
Not to determine their safety conduct and so forth, no.
Okay. And were there any other communications that you reviewed between Ms. Gutierrez and Gabrielle Pickle that demonstrated or supported your findings that Rust was at fault in this and not Ms. Gutierrez individually?
Objection.
I'll rephrase the question, Your Honor.
We're going to strike that question. Go
Strike
ahead.
the question. She knew it was wrong.
Are there... You said that you can, is it true that you can actually find fault with specific individuals' conduct?
May I ask you to clarify?
Yeah, can you find fault with, when your investigation, you're looking at specific individuals, and can you say that individual was
With the
wrong for
employee.
doing this?
Objection.
Well,
The answer she wants him to say is yes. Okay, she wants to say yes. OSHA can look at a situation and say yes, that employee is to blame. And he's like, I don't know. It's pretty much always management is what I was trained. We always blame management.
You already answered that question, so I won't ask it again. Were there any other communications that you observed between Gabrielle Pickle and Ms. Gutierrez that was evidence of arrest not providing Ms. Gutierrez with the necessary resources that she needed?
Off the top of my head, there was a text conversation and then a separate email.
He hasn't talked about what it was. Without stating what the text conversation is, can you please continue your answer?
The objection was
Yes,
hearsay.
and a separate email conversation.
Okay, so you reviewed actual texts and emails between Gabrielle Pickle and Ms. Gutierrez.
We reviewed screenshots of their texts and emails, yes.
Okay. And the relevance of without saying what's in it, the relevance of that informed which findings in your report?
Yes.
Which
ones? Yes.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, the conversations you reviewed between Gabrielle Pickle and Ms. Gutierrez, what did those pertain to in terms of your findings? Which findings did that?
Apologies. Yes, so...
Still yes.
I would have to review the text versus the email conversations to remember which one is which. One is regarding the notification regarding that they have used all 8 of their armor days and the no further training then, because that would require more days. And then the other conversation, I believe, was regarding firearms being left unattended or something of that nature.
Okay. And what was your finding, and if you need to refresh your memory by looking at your report, that's fine, but what was your finding with regard to firearms being left unattended?
okay.
I don't know what this objection is. This guy seems like a newer OSHA employee. I don't think he can tell where the line of questioning is going, so I don't think he's experienced in courtroom testifying. And the line of questioning, he's basically going up to bat blind with each question instead of knowing where she's getting at. He's not able to provide that, and he doesn't have the report committed to memory either. So he's trying to remember without looking at his report. Like he thinks that refreshing his recollection is probably bad. I think that's the impression I get, that looking at his report would make him look bad as a witness, and it doesn't. Nobody's going to remember everything unless you're like, Dr. Goodhair. Let's see. There's going to be a lot of sidebars today.
I can answer the question, Mr. Montoya.
He doesn't know the
It was
question.
the finding in your report pertaining to firearms being left unattended.
Sure. May I refresh my memory?
There it is. May I refresh? Yes. Greeners, thanks. You did send me that inspection report. I appreciate that. The witness is reading it right now.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
What was that finding?
So our conclusions from that were in that conversation they expressed that the production team, meaning Gabrielle Pickle and her peers, had received reports that firearms were being left unattended, and Ms. Gutierrez Reed's response to that.
And I want you to tell me what her response was. I want to talk about your finding based on her response.
The finding was that an employee expressed that this was a very serious safety-related job and that they needed time to conduct that effectively.
Okay. And that was your finding was that what? That Russ?
We consider that heightened awareness. An employee is informing management that there is a safety concern or that they have an issue with something, and it is then on management to then take that concern and do something about it. In this scenario, it resulted in no response.
Okay, thank you.
All right, this witness is excused. Thank you. Next witness.
Wow. I'm surprised they didn't ask him. I guess I don't think he was an expert. I don't think he was certified as an expert. I talked over that one. Sorry, guys. Robert who? It was Lorenzo Montoya. Pickle and her peers. It was a fun little statement. And I hope when I lose my hair, I hope I look half as good as the people who have been in this courtroom do when they're bald. Seriously, I'm worried that I'm gonna, like all sorts of deformed bumps and everything. These guys just look sharp.
In this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat talking to the microphone.
Mr. Genoway, can you please just tell the jury how you were employed?
Genoway.
Do you have the name?
Oh, she didn't get the name. Can you please state and spell your name for the jury?
Robert Genoway. That's ROBERT GENOWAY.
Just like it sounds.
Mr. Genoway, how are you employed?
I'm the bureau chief for the Environment Department's Occupational Health and Safety Bureau, also known as New Mexico OSHA.
He's a boss.
What do you do as the bureau chief?
I oversee all of the OSHA operations for the state, including overseeing our compliance and enforcement program.
Are you, in the terms of hierarchy, is there anybody above you?
Not within the OSHA Bureau. I report to a division director who reports to our deputy cabinet secretary.
And do you supervise, we just heard from Mr. Montoya, do you supervise Mr. Montoya?
Not directly, but I am in the chain of command over Mr. Montoya.
And how did you review Mr. Montoya's report in this case?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain the process of how that review happens once the report is finalized? What happens with it?
Well, I work with the inspector throughout the course of an investigation, once an investigation is assigned. And once a draft report is produced by the inspector, then it will go through various levels of management review. And for this type of a case, for a fatality investigation, I would normally review the entire case file, including a narrative report and other portions of the case file to ensure that if we're issuing citations that they meet with certain requirements of legal sufficiency.
So you reviewed the entire case file. What is in that case file?
The case file will contain documentation obtained from an employer. Also may contain documentation from other sources, medical investigator reports, any type of police reports that are available at the time, photographs, audio recordings, interviews of employees and other witnesses, and then the documents that are produced by our bureau, including an inspection report and narrative.
And when you review that and review the report, in this case, did you review Mr. Montoya's report pertaining to the fatality at the Rust production site on October 21st, 2021?
Yes.
And did you concur with that report?
Yes.
Did you make any changes to that report?
I'm sure that any report will go through, minor editorial changes, again, to ensure that we are, the content meets with legal sufficiency prior to issuance of a citation. So yes, I'm sure there were some minor changes that were made during the review process.
And with respect to OSHA's role in this, what exactly is it that your bureau is investigating and looking for?
Our primary purpose is to determine whether any violations of OSHA statute and regulations caused or contributed to the accident that's being investigated.
And ultimately, whose determination was it whether or not to cite Rust Productions with any violations?
It was mine.
What types of standards do you hold them to?
Well, we would of course look for violations of any OSHA standards that apply to the work site that's being inspected. There's a whole range of standards that apply, but we also, in addition to standards, most of which are incorporated at the state level from federal OSHA standards. But the Act itself, our governing statute, also includes general language requiring employers to provide a safe workplace.
Is there any OSHA standard specific to firearm safety on a movie set?
No.
Then do you have to look at industry standards on that?
What we look at is whether or not the hazard associated with firearms is recognized either within the industry or specifically by the employer at the work site to determine whether that employer should have or could have known about a hazardous condition and taken actions to correct that condition.
And what types were you provided any, or did you review any industry standards pertaining to the hazard of a firearm on a movie set in this case?
Yes, in particular, we looked at safety bulletins that are produced jointly by the industry and collective bargaining bodies that contributed to those bulletins as well.
Do you believe that the investigation that took place in this case was thorough?
Yes.
Why do you believe that?
Well, I've overseen the work of Mr. Montoya for several years leading up to this investigation. I know his work to be thorough, and in reviewing the report, I found that our investigator went to great lengths to collect as much evidence as possible prior to producing the report.
And do you happen to recall how many interviews were done in this case by you or by OSHA?
I don't recall, no.
Did you find any fault in the way the investigation was done by Mr. Montoya?
No.
Yeah, my understanding is that OSHA has about 6 months to complete its investigation, and that in this case, Santa Fe Sheriff's Department hadn't provided your bureau with a copy of their report. Is that right?
That's my recollection, yes.
That report wasn't provided until after the report was issued?
I believe that's correct, yes.
So how does that, I guess, do you believe that reviewing the Santa Fe Sheriff's report is necessary to come to the findings that your office came to?
No.
Why?
because we're looking at an employer's responsibilities specifically under the OSHA Act, which is separate from criminal law enforcement.
Right. And what are the specific, are you looking for any violations of safety rules that the employer engaged in?
Yes.
So who is it that decided to issue the citation in this case?
I did.
And what was the amount of the fine that was levied against Russ Production?
The initial proposed penalty was 130 some thousand. I don't recall the exact amount, but it was 130 some $1,000.
Okay. And how is that amount chosen?
It's based on the statutory maximum provided in the OSHA Act.
So was Russ levied the statutory maximum fine provided in the OSHA Act for its violations of workplace safety?
Yes.
No further questions.
So this witness was called to second what the first witness said.
Mr. Genoway, good morning. I suppose let's just cut to the chase here. You're not conducting a criminal investigation at OSHA, are you?
No.
So the things that you're looking for the purposes of your investigation may not be the same things that law enforcement may be looking for as part of their investigation, correct?
I believe that to be the case.
Great. You said, I know you indicated you reviewed several interviews and documentation and Mr. Montoya's report. As part of that, did you form an opinion as to whether Ms. Gutierrez's actions as an armorer contributed to the breakdowns that occurred on the Russ set?
No.
Do you recall giving a recorded statement during a pretrial interview in this case?
I don't recall being interviewed prior to trial.
You don't recall giving a Zoom interview in this case on February 5th, 2004?
I'm sorry, did you repeat the date?
2004?
I'm sorry, 2024, February 5th?
20 years prior.
2024.
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. You have no recollection of participating in a Zoom interview with the counsel for the state and Scott Elliott, an investigator for Hannah Gutierrez?
No.
All right, yeah.
Defense is looking down.
Mr. Genoway, would it refresh your memory if I showed you a transcript of that interview?
It might help.
May I approach?
Might be the wrong date.
The date of the interview, I don't know if this will help you, but the correct date of the interview is November 7th, 2023.
Yes, I recall that one.
I don't recall ever doing an interview.
Okay. May I approach?
Wow. Blank slate. No recollection. I never was on Zoom. Here's a screenshot of you with your cat filter on Zoom. Yeah, this was somebody impersonating him? He never recalls giving this interview. He's going to be like, that wasn't me. Shaggy defense.
It certainly sounds like responses I would have provided, but I have to say honestly that I don't remember.
Not refreshed. Okay, so now his memory is not refreshed by that. It's completely blank. So now let's see if the prosecution can get that evidence admitted.
I'm going to point your attention to a particular part of this interview, and then I'm going to ask you some questions.
It's a deep fake. How can you ask him a question? It didn't refresh his recollection. Where's the objection here? His recollection was not refreshed by viewing the document. What happens now? We saw this last in the Thurston Washington case, where the complaining witness did not recall the statement that she had given, and she remembered it differently at trial. Her memory was not refreshed by.
Are you asking me to read? I'm just asking you to read this right now, and then I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
So just read through here.
And where do you want me to start?
To yourself.
Oh yes, sorry, to yourself.
Thank you. Yeah.
Where's the objection here?
I'll start you here.
His memory was not refreshed. He still says, have no idea. It's blank slate. Look again. Is this you? This was 2 months ago. This was 2 months ago.
Okay. Yes, fine.
I think the evidence, the entire interview should be
Mr. General,
admissible
do you agree
at this
with me
point.
that during this interview, you agreed that Ms. Gutierrez, her actions contributed to the breakdown that occurred on this set?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you a couple questions about the investigatory materials that you reviewed. You already indicated you do not have a copy of the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office report, correct?
I'm not sure whether we obtained one after issuing our citations.
And to be clear, I'm talking about as OS or OHSB conducted its investigation and issued its findings, you did not have the benefit of the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office investigatory report to assist you with that, correct?
Correct.
All right. And did you have the benefit of reviewing any behind-the-scenes videos that were filmed on the set of Rust?
Not that I can recall.
Do you recall if you reviewed any footage from the filming of the Rust movie cameras?
No.
Did you engage the assistance of any expert armorers for your purposes of your investigation?
We didn't engage a contract. We had some brief discussions with potential experts, but we never actually engaged those experts.
You never relied on any of their opinions to inform your investigation?
No.
Okay. I know that you were asked some questions about determining fines against employers. Is it fair to say that OSHA's purview is not to assess fines against individual employees?
That's correct.
So is it also fair to say then that even if you found that there had been some concerning conduct by an employee, you wouldn't have fined that employee, correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Wow.
Redirect.
What do you do now after you're... Oh, this. How do you rehabilitate this guy? Do you remember now?
But would you have said in your report that a specific employee failed to do something if that's what you determined?
Careful here. Careful.
In most cases, no.
Now, did Rust afford, in this case,
that was wrong,
the armor with sufficient time to thoroughly inventory the ammunition?
Objection.
He gave the wrong answer, which means she didn't know what answer he was going to give. She should not be asking that question. You should only ask witnesses, especially your witness, on redirect. You should only ask them questions they know the answer to, and you're not, no surprises. This is not the time to have a surprise ending. The question was, wouldn't you have, if the employee had been the one who caused the problem, wouldn't you have mentioned that in the report? No. Like, no, we only write up management. We could care less about the employees. That does not look good. It does not look good at all. Danny, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate that. You've gifted 5 wonderful people the ability to get out of slow mode jail. This trial is nuts. This is crazy. First, Mr. Genoway has zero recollection of an interview he did, a couple months ago on Zoom that has a full transcript. Gets his memory refreshed. Well, they attempt to refresh his memory, and he says, sounds like something I'd say, but zero recollection still. He's sitting there confused. He's like, when was this Zoom meeting?
With respect to the Bureau's finding, did the Bureau, the OSHB Bureau, find that Rust failed to afford the armor with time to thoroughly inventory the ammunition?
I don't know if I recall that specifically. What I do recall is that our investigation determined that, from my recollection, more in general, that sufficient time for armor.
Would it refresh your
duties.
memory to look at the report?
Probably not. It didn't last time.
Page 7.
This poor guy.
I'm going to object to that.
Billy said he didn't remember him to refresh his memory. He said it would help him.
Blink rate has increased for this witness. Another approach, objection to refreshing his recollection here. I'm going to object because when I tried to refresh his recollection, it didn't work. So why should you get to? Every time he says, I don't remember or do you recall, now I just think back to the fact that he doesn't remember interviews he gave, like recorded depositions from, that still should be fresh on his calendar. Man, this is what happened to the state so many times. So many times on their redirect for their witnesses, they would swing and miss on a big finish. And it's happening again. Buffer, please grab your chat. Oh, I need to update something.
Do you remember the exact wording of the specific finding in the report pertaining to affording the armor time on inventory of ammunition?
No.
Would it refresh your memory to look at the report?
Yes.
Okay, page 7. Your Honor, may I approach? Yes.
Yes, please be respectful, guys. I think I saw that comment here somewhere. There it is.
Yes.
Did OSHB find that Rust failed to afford the armor time to thoroughly inventory the ammunition?
Yes.
Did Rust find that, did OSHB find that Rust did not provide the armor with the authority to determine if additional training was required in violation of Rust safety procedures?
I recall that the investigation found that sufficient time wasn't provided by Rust.
It was not provided, is that what you said?
Sufficient time was not provided by Rust.
Okay. So, and were there also findings by OSHB that despite efforts by employees that Rust ignored some of the safety concerns?
This lawyer's like, what are you objecting about now? I think most of the last couple objections have gone defense's way on the rulings. But this witness is not. I thought it would be a stronger witness as management on this, but I don't think he's adding a lot. The jury's still thinking about that Zoom meeting. It's like, what's going through their head? Were you high? Were you drunk? Do you have a medical condition? Did you hit your head between now and then? How would you forget a deposition? Forget ever participating in a deposition? What is ever brought up? Why the camera crew walked? I can't remember. It was brought up. They walked. Some of the issue was safety issues with firearm negligent discharges specifically of blanks.
What was your understanding of the arrest findings with respect to whether safety concerns were that were brought to arrest's attention were addressed correctly?
Right. Our investigation found that Russ failed to adequately review safety oversights on the set and so that they could take necessary action to prevent recurrence.
So when you're asked on cross about a statement you gave in some pretrial interview about Ms. Gutierrez contributing to a breakdown on the set, why is it that you believe that's possible?
Well, what we would look for in an investigation is whether acts on the part of employees are preventable on the part of an employer. That's part of a determination of what we call the employer knowledge aspect of a violation. So that's why we would look at that type of information.
Okay, and in this case, did you determine whether the breakdowns from Gutierrez were due to any act of the employer?
Yes, we determined that those breakdowns were caused by failures of the employer to adequately oversee safety.
Thank you.
There's a tweet just came out from a reporter in the courtroom. She says, this is from Phaedra Haywood. She says, Special Prosecutor Carrie Morrissey returns to prosecution counsel table muttering audibly, "He's a charlatan." "What did you say?" Defense attorney Jason Bowles responded, and they had a terse exchange I couldn't hear all of. That might be what they're talking about right now. But Carrie Morrissey returned to the prosecution counsel table muttering audibly, "He's a charlatan." And attorney Bowles said, "What did you say?" Whoa! A little spice from inside the courtroom. Now he's asked to approach. This might take a little bit longer. That is crazy. That's from the prosecutor. This just barely came out. This is I found this on Twitter. This is Phaedra Hayward. She's been a reporter who's been following this trial in the courtroom. She's in the courtroom live tweeting. I'm not sure which one she is. I think she's just off camera. But if people in the courtroom heard it, I think the jury heard it because prosecution table is closer. Ooh, a little crusty from Carrie to counsel there.
I'll get our next witness.
Okay.
Who said it? The lady in the heavy overcoat, Carrie Morrissey, who's the lead prosecutor. Yeah, she's frustrated. She's frustrated. I believe that might have been about the first OSHA, witness, not the second. So that was Carrie Morrissey, the prosecutor, said about, I believe, about the witness. Mr. L odds just went up to 63%, says Sheriff, who is keeping a running total here. What does that mean? First of all, it's just inappropriate. It's comments that are made, especially if the jury heard this. She's an officer of the court and telling someone not to believe what a witness says. Ooh, that's bad. You can impeach them and give them the jury the opportunity to disbelieve, but saying something by the jury hears, you shouldn't believe him, he's a charlatan.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat, talking to the microphone.
Like the yellow tie, he's rocking it.
Good morning, sir. Can you please state your name again for the jury?
Scott Elliott.
Mr. Elliott, what do you do for a living currently?
I'm currently a private investigator.
And Mr. Elliott, prior to becoming a private investigator, did you have a career in law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury what your career was in law enforcement, how many years?
Military and civilian, or just?
Let's just start with civilian and we'll work back.
Okay. I was hired by the Albuquerque Police Department, and I attended the academy starting in February of 1993. I retired in 2011. During that time period, I started out field services, normal uniform patrol. I went to the gang unit. Then I became a violent crimes detective in about 1995, 96. And in 1998, I became a homicide detective. And I was a homicide detective when I retired in 2011.
So, sir, you spent approximately, it sounds like 13 years in homicide division?
Part of that was interrupted by post 9/11 deployment, but yes.
Like post 9/11, did you deploy overseas?
I did.
And was that part of your, and we'll get into your military, part of your military duties?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Sir, how many, as part of your homicide portion of your APD employment, approximately how many investigations do you think you worked on in homicide?
As a case agent, 35 or 40, assisting on homicides, 150, 200.
And this is just homicide.
Assisting on homicide investigations.
200. In terms of violent crime or other types of narcotics or any types of, how many investigations do you think you've handled in the course of your police career? Do you even have an estimate?
I don't think so. I became detective in 1995. Hundreds of cases a year. And then by the time I was in violent crimes, it was slightly reduced, but that was all violent crime short of homicide. So lots of those.
And you also talked about your military service. Can you tell the jury briefly about whether you had law enforcement type experience with the military?
Yes, I was commissioned in 1981 in the infantry. I spent approximately 10 years on active duty, various duties as part of the active duty time, and then I left the service in active duty in 1992 and 1993. Started with the police department. Then I transferred into the reserves. In Albuquerque, there was not an infantry unit anywhere nearby, so I was an engineer officer for a little while, and then I became a secondary specialty of military policeman. And I worked in those functions until I transferred from the Army in 2003 to the Air Force. When I transferred to the Air Force, I took command of what's called a heavy weapons squadron, which is a security forces unit, which is Air Force police. The difference with that unit is that they had weapon systems that are normally found in the Army. Mortars, snipers, grenade launchers, things like that. So my prior Army career folded right into that unit and its mission.
So, sir, you've conducted investigations both civilian and military environments. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true.
Okay, and Your Honor, at this time I tender Mr. Elliott as an expert in quality of investigations, law enforcement investigations.
What pin is he wearing on his lapel?
Oh, sure, the quality of law enforcement investigations.
No objection.
Okay. No objection to, he's going to testify about the quality of the investigation.
Mr. Elliott,
the lack thereof.
Can you tell the jury specifically, what did you do in this particular case? Just an overview scope.
Well, I reviewed all the discovery, all the reports, videos, any documentation, any evidence. That included going in physically looking at the evidence in this case. In addition to that, I interviewed the majority of the state's witnesses in what's called pretrial interviews. I think the only ones I didn't interview were the FBI employees.
Do you recall ballpark how many interviews you conducted in this case, just an approximate?
35, 40 maybe.
And in terms of the reports, did you review voluminous reports in this case as well?
Yes, I did.
And have you, as an expert, also made some conclusions based on your review of the materials, your interviews, and what you've seen in this case?
I did.
Okay. I don't want to hit every point that you might make, but I want to hit some of the major ones. First of all, at the scene, at the initial scene when law enforcement responds, can you tell the jury, do you have any conclusions about the quality of the investigation by the sheriffs at the scene?
Yeah, some of that was reached by my own observations and some of it through interviews of the deputies on the scene. I felt like their response was probably not what it should be. There were hundreds of people on that ranch, but if you narrow it down to who was in the church at the time of the shooting and who may have had involvement with the case, for example, the people that were just outside, there was really about 20 people. The first responding deputies, their job is first preservation of life, and then it is preservation of evidence and identifying witnesses and possible suspects. In this case, it was known very quickly who the shooter was, but it wasn't known who the witnesses were. And those witnesses, once they were identified, they should have been segregated so they couldn't talk among themselves.
Now let me stop you right there. When you initially, as a law enforcement homicide detective or somebody going on scene, you identify the shooter, what in your opinion is one of the first things that you should do?
Well, the first thing you do is put someone with that individual, segregate them from everyone else. You also want to, those individuals, since you are preserving evidence, you also want to secure their cell phones.
Now in this case, in the materials you reviewed, did it appear to you that Mr. Baldwin was segregated?
Not at all.
And along with the conclusion you just stated, did it appear that his cell phone was taken from him?
No, it was not.
Mr. Elliott, did it appear to you that at any time at the scene that day, Mr. Baldwin was segregated?
He was not.
Okay. Next, you talked about identifying key witnesses and preserving evidence. Can you explain that a little more?
Yes. Well, the scene was secured. You don't often have a scene of that small of an environment. It was known immediately that the shooting occurred inside that church structure and that it probably involved a couple of people just outside near that weapons cart. So that was the immediate concern, that area there. And the deputies, one of the early responding deputies did get a pretty good list of who was in the church and gave that to the lieutenant. But those individuals were not segregated from everybody else. They were able to mingle with people who were not on scene, who were in a different part of the ranch. Conversations were taking place. People were talking on cell phones. And it's really unknown who they were talking to.
And what is the danger or what is the concern on the part of an investigator when suspects or witnesses are talking?
Well, a couple things. One, people could be getting their story straight. The other is it causes witnesses to misremember what they did and what they saw. Because in my experience, good, honest citizens try to help. And they'll tell you something that their neighbor told them as if it was something that they saw. And it is just human nature that if you talk about something over and over and over again, eventually there are parts of it that you think that you did, and it was what someone else did. So you want to clean, even if it's very brief and they didn't see very much or they didn't hear very much, you want a clean statement of what their knowledge is.
Okay, and with regard to whether, if that is not done, what can that lead to? What is your conclusion about what can happen if people are not segregated and they're allowed to talk to people?
Well, one, you can delete things off your phone. You can delete photos. It wasn't known at the time if somebody was videotaping what was going on inside on their phone. That's possible. Almost every case you work now, someone has videotaped it with their phone.
Did you also determine, and this is another point, but that someone had left the scene and whether that person had been identified?
As far as I know, they still have not been identified.
Okay. With regard to securing the prop card on that scene, what is your opinion as to whether that was appropriately handled?
No, it should have remained in place. There was an individual, Brian, was told to go get the cart. He went out of sight behind the church, on the other side of the church, and then he moved the cart around towards the lieutenant's marked unit. That should not have been done.
as well, what is your opinion as to or do you have any concerns about how the evidence on top of the prop cart was handled?
Well, Lieutenant Benavides took possession of the firearm with an ungloved hand, and he grabbed it right around the cylinder. So the largest portion of the revolver is how he picked up the revolver, put it into his vehicle, at another occasion pulled it out of his vehicle and put it back on the cart. He did the same thing with the ammo boxes from the cart. So you definitely can't preserve evidence by touching things with your bare hands, but it also could have damaged anything that was on the boxes or the firearm prior to him handling it.
Now, working our way through this, and you may be aware that there was evidence there were rounds thrown away in the course of your investigation. Do you have any concerns at this point with how the police responded to that? The sheriffs responded to that matter?
Well, it's my understanding that they were notified quite late. I think it was a month later. But I didn't see any attempt to go out and see if they were still in the trash at the ranch.
And is that something in your normal investigation, when you were doing homicide investigations, you want to collect all of the potential evidence?
Well, in this case, there's a couple things. The law enforcement was told almost immediately this was the firearm used. But the projectile can't be matched to a firearm. And I know there were at least 3 .45 long Colt revolvers on that cart that day. So although the casing has been tested to match the firearm that was presented to law enforcement, there's no way to know that projectile positively came from that firearm.
Along with the rounds that were thrown away, did you have any other concerns on the follow-up with regard to identifying the source of that live round, or live rounds that appeared on set?
That didn't seem to be followed up on very strongly. It's a little confusing when rounds came onto the set or the scene, the ranch, and who brought them. It seemed that there were a number of times that, at least one occasion, I thought it was more, that Sarah went to PDQ in Albuquerque and brought ammo back. There was the initial ammo provided by PDQ, and then there was some ammo provided by Ms. Gutierrez.
And did you identify any other investigative steps that you think should have been taken to try to further look into the source of the live rounds?
Well, there's been a lot of talk about the white boxes with the JS. That individual has never been interviewed, the producer of the ammunition. So there really was no backtracking of where the ammo came from. You can't say this ammo on the prop cart definitively where it came from. You can't say the ammunition in the prop truck definitively where it came from. There should have been more work done in that area.
And when you're in a situation like this as a former homicide detective, when you're trying to trace the root cause of tragic situation that's occurred, is that something that would be important to you, to find out where the live round originated from?
Yes, this case is also a little unusual in the sense that it wasn't really a who done it. It was a why done it and how done it. By that I mean, you don't know anybody there. You go out as an investigator, you're trying to find out what happened. Was there an argument on set? Was somebody angry? Did somebody have a mental break? Is there some underlying relationship that may have been the root cause of the shooting? You don't know. And that's why an investigation is conducted, to find out those things, and it's also to trace how that firearm came to be where it came to be.
Okay, sir, and with regard to the search of the prop truck that occurred after the 21st, on the 27th, did you have any concerns with the delay in that search warrant?
Oh, absolutely. There were firearms missing from the weapons cart. They had been moved from between the shooting and the arrival of law enforcement. And they were moved into the safe, into the prop truck. That should have been part of an expanding scene. Like I said, you had the church and the area immediately outside of it. But as soon as it became known the prop truck had an involvement with that shooting, the prop truck should have been secured, just like you saw the scene. Crime scene tape, the deputy placed there, nobody allowed in the truck until such time as you can do a search warrant.
In addition, with regard to the search warrant of Seth Kenny's business, PDQ Props, did you have any concerns about the delay of approximately a month in searching that business?
Oh, of course. A delay of a few days could be an issue, but a month is, you can do anything in a month.
And from your review of records in this case, was it ascertainable that Mr. Kenny was one of the suppliers of ammunition to Rust?
I think it was known almost immediately, both by the people at the scene and Mr. Kenny himself.
With respect to that delay in search warrant, there's some obvious things I think that would be apparent to anybody. But why is that an issue? What are the primary issues that you want to do to try to secure a home and search it right away? Secure a business, search it right away. What are the reasons?
Well, it's preservation of evidence. If no one can get inside the business, then no one can tamper with anything that's inside. And you hope to get everything as it was as soon as you can, without any type of alteration.
With regard to Mr. Kenny, did you also have any concerns about collection of DNA, fingerprints, things like that?
I did. Those things can be used for elimination or positively identifying someone. In the case of Mr. Kenny, if they had his major case prints and had his DNA, and none of it was found on the boxes of ammunition, then it would eliminate him as somebody possibly being involved.
In your opinion, and your experience as an investigator, would this have been something that you would expect to have been done? That the supplier of ammunition to Rust, that he would also be looked at in that respect?
Yes, considering the environment and the fact that there should not have been live rounds on set.
Now, with regard to Mr. Kenny, did you also determine whether his phone had been seized to be extracted or whether that had been fully extracted?
It was not. His phone was never.
What is your opinion on that potential or that fact that his phone was never taken for extraction?
The contact between Sarah Zachary and he almost immediately after the shooting warranted that.
And are you speaking about the phone call right after the shooting where we heard testimony and there was a text emergency? Is that the time frame you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And are you also aware that there were a number of calls that Seth Kenny, other calls he was making in contact with Sarah Zachary?
Dozens of calls.
In your opinion, to do a complete investigation, to get the facts out, to get the truth on the table, was that something that you would expect to be done, that they fully investigate Seth Kenny?
Objection.
Okay, so they're poking holes. They don't have any evidence they're presenting here. Okay, they're just trying to introduce doubt into all these things. We're emphasizing, we're highlighting the mistakes we already knew that happened, and in some cases, we're putting them into words for the first time.
Sir, would you have expected, in your experience as a homicide detective, a full investigation of Mr. Kenny?
Yes, especially considering that Sarah Zachary worked for him.
Did you also have any concerns about the failure to obtain Mr. Baldwin's phone early on, and what happened after that?
As I stated before, that would have been immediate. Every deputy should have known that as soon as he was identified as being the shooter. And then my understanding is that he left the state with it, and that forensic analysis was done in New York. I should correct myself. The extraction was done in New York.
And do you have any knowledge of whether all of the contents were obtained off of Mr. Baldwin's phone?
I have no way of knowing that.
We talked about the scene, some search warrants. We talked about phones, fingerprints, DNA. Did you have any other opinions or concerns about the quality of this investigation?
One aspect of it that's still kind of a mystery to me is when the lieutenant arrived on the scene, first two things he asked for was the gun and the armor. Thought that was a little unusual. He didn't seem to be the least concerned of who the shooter was and what that individual's status was. He placed Ms. Gutierrez into his marked unit, which is pretty common, also considering that she had some anxiety issues and so on. But it immediately became clear she was not free to leave. Whenever the lieutenant would leave his vehicle, he'd tell the deputy to keep an eye on her. When Detective Hancock got to the scene, she almost immediately took charge of Hannah, to include going to the bathroom with her. So she clearly was not free to leave. Every other individual on that ranch was free to walk around, talk to anyone, talk on their phone, do anything they wanted to do, except Ms. Gutierrez.
Now, you talked about some anxiety and this situation. In your experience, do you have any concerns about interviewing someone in the immediate aftermath of a traumatic situation?
Objection.
Outside of scope, maybe? He's not an expert on interviews, right? He's an expert on law enforcement investigation. I don't know, maybe that's within scope. He's insinuating that the stress of the situation would have made it improper to question Hannah that closely to the time frame. That red jacket just pops. But I mean, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It pops in this screen even worse. George is fiddling with the equipment there because he can.
Mr. Elliott, in the course of your career in both civilian and military law enforcement, have you encountered situations where people have been interviewed in traumatic situations?
Yes, I have.
And have you personally been involved in that?
I have.
And can you tell the jury, do you have any concerns regarding interviewing an individual right after a traumatic situation?
Yes, probably would have started with an EMT or a paramedic checking her to see if she was okay, see what her status was health-wise, whether she was having hyperventilating or whatever symptoms her anxiety had, to make sure she was okay that way. Because of confessions and the way those things can go, you're extra careful to make sure that someone is not in a state that can later be determined not to be a good mental state, and all your work in that confession or that statement is not admissible. So you try to avoid that if you can.
And you said that you would have that person looked at in those situations by an EMT or a medical?
Yes.
What is the purpose of that again?
Again, it's just to make sure that she's in a state where she can, or the individual's in a state where they can talk to you. You want them to be as accurate as they can also. So if that causes a little bit of a delay before you can interview them, and they're still willing to be interviewed, you may get a more accurate statement from them.
Okay. Thank you. And any other concerns about this investigation that we haven't hit on, Mr. Elliott? You may have stated them all. I just wanted to ask if there was anything else.
I don't think so.
Okay. I have nothing further.
If you're getting paid by the hour, that's the moment to pontificate. How much are you getting paid?
Mr. Elliott, isn't it true that you are the defense investigator on this case?
It's true.
You work for Mr. Bowles and Ms. Gutierrez, and they are paying you.
That's correct.
And as a person who is employed as the defense investigator, it is your job to aid in her defense. Isn't that true?
That's true.
Now,
she's not going to bring up how much
you
he
seem
gets
to
paid
take issue
because that's
with
still a sore
the
spot
fact
with her.
that Lieutenant Benavides touched the firearm with his ungloved hand. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
But you agree with me that unlike a lot of homicides or shootings, this one occurred in the presence of upwards of a dozen people.
That's true.
So there was not going to be any mystery as to who had the gun and who pulled the trigger, correct?
To that aspect, no.
You seem to take issue with the fact that the projectile in this case can't be matched to the firearm, right?
Only in the sense that to confirm that the firearm presented to law enforcement was the actual firearm. It doesn't really change what happened.
But where's the controversy? Do you have some information that the jury hasn't heard, that the gun that was fired by Mr. Baldwin is actually not the gun that was used? I haven't come across that, have you?
No, I was referring to when the officers arrived at the scene, they didn't know that other than what one person told them.
Okay, but it turned out to be true. There's no controversy. The gun that was used in the shooting is the gun that was in Mr. Baldwin's hand, right?
True.
Okay. And the reason that the projectile can't be matched to the firearm is because the projectile went through two people, and it was so heavily damaged because it went through two human beings. There wasn't enough marking to match it to the bore of the gun. Isn't that true?
That's true.
Now, in terms of fingerprints and DNA on the ammunition box. Sir, did you watch the video where Ms. Gutierrez actually says to Mr. Benavides, "This is the box I was pulling from"?
Yes, I did.
And that box is taken and put into Mr. Benavides' patrol unit, correct?
The lieutenant placed it in his vehicle, yes.
Right. So where's the controversy in terms of what box she was pulling from?
Part of it was to find where the live ammo originated. That information may have been on the outside of the box. Could have had Seth Kenny's DNA, could have had Seth Kenny's fingerprints, or anyone else where the box came from originally.
But sir, didn't you watch the second interview with Ms. Gutierrez where she actually held up a photograph for Corporal Hancock and said, "This is a picture of our boxes of dummies," and not coincidentally, it matched identically to the box that she identified as the box that she was pulling rounds from that day. You watched that interview, didn't you?
Objection.
A lot of tone in there. A lot of tone. She is good on cross. She's doing well. I think the witness is not rattled at this point, but she's making him admit to things that that he would rather not have to admit to. I think she's making him admit that he's just trying to interject doubt, and the actual situation is not really in doubt. So yes, in another situation, in another investigation, that could be a problem. In this one, it wasn't.
All right, we're going to take our lunch break.
Ooh.
We'll be back by 1:30. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you.
All rise. All rise. Judge wearing a green shirt underneath the robe. What does her T-shirt say underneath the robe? Just wrong answers only. What's on the judge's shirt? What hidden message is secretly getting her through this day in trial that she's rocking when she's not wearing the robe? St. Patty's Day, possibly. It's coming up. We're just a little over, 9 days away from that. There, look at those stands. Look at the stands. See that? The laptop stands. That's the one I need. It's got to have the white pole. Ooh, Starbucks, not a sponsor. All right. Her shirt says, "Kiss me, Blarney Stone. Accidents happen. Kiss me, I'm Irish. Life's a beach. I love cats. It isn't easy being green. Go Packers," says Judy. "Show me the money. Ask me about jury nullification." Can you imagine a judge wearing that? "I'm here and paid for by the fence." It says help. I'm freezing. Let's see. Wow. "I quit" is her resignation. At the end of the trial, she's going to be like, it's the Superman reveal as she tears the robe off and reveals her true feelings at the end. Let's see. Not adulting today. I think I'm so superior. It's a Rust movie promotional tee with the real release date. Signed, autographed by Alec Baldwin. Her shirt says, "I plead the fifth." These are great suggestions. You guys are amazing. At night, I'm a leprechaun. I'd rather be fishing. It's not my fault, not my job. Let's see. What have you missed? You had a Zoom meeting this past hour. Paula Mack, you missed a witness who fails to remember having a video deposition just 2 months ago. And not only fails to remember anything about that and when questioned repeatedly, but when shown the deposition transcript, he still has no recollection of what happened. How many of you guys have been in a Zoom meeting where you do not remember what you did? That's pinch me, I'm Irish. Vote for Pedro. I'm not getting paid enough. I'm just here for the beer. Vote, it's your civic duty. Rust is my favorite color. That's what her shirt says. Oh, man. Let's see. Check Mod Chat for laptop stand link courtesy of my mom. I will check Mod Chat. Okay, that one is close, Amber. That's close. It's got a stainless. They're calling it a lap desk. Oh, there are some different variations. We're only seeing it from the front. I'm not sure. It's very, very close. That's very close. But I want that exact model. Like, we need somebody to buy it off the reporter in court. Bree, are you willing to do that? Paula Max says, I sent you a link to the laptop stand. I haven't found one that's identical. And there's something about that one that reminds me of the sit and spin toy, which messed up my equilibrium for the rest of my life as a child. And so it's sort of cathartic if I were to get the exact one they have. But prosecutors had earmarked $75,000 to pay 3 experts. Whoa. They paid $10K to the Pixel dude. I'm just going to call him the Minecraft man, because the pixelation was about equivalent to a Minecraft game. Lots of great great shirt ideas. Nightmare on Elm Street. Inertia Polar is what her shirt says. I slept under the bench last night. Free cell is my jam. I wish this was a Darrell Brooks trial. I am the Stig. Deranged Llama. Does Stig mean to you what it means to me? I'm familiar with the phrase. It's not easy wearing green. Sit and spin laptop sounds like a bad thing. Jim Bob, you know what I'm getting at. You know what I'm getting at. The shirt says, I listened to RA and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. Oh, yeah. Good stuff. This trial has been, I think it's getting spicier as we're getting to the end. Obviously, the defense is presenting information that the prosecution is not fond of at all. They're not, I should say that correctly. They're not fond of it. They're not fond of the information that's being presented. Shirt says, I'm with George, and points to George. I like that one, Thomas. Her shirt says pigeon business. Yes, she's a Runkle fan. And it says pigeon business on it. Phone is ringing. Let's see who's on the phone here.
Call from Bree.
Bree. How are you doing, Bree?
Hey, good. How are you? Look at burner phone. I think I sent you a link. I think it's the one she ordered because ironically, when I got yelled at for my computer being there, I was sitting behind them and they were ordering these. So I got a kind of good view.
This is like an Amazon delivery then. Let's see.
It was, yes.
Burner
They're
phone.
here from LA.
They're here from LA. They're
at the LA Times.
Okay. Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking.
505 number.
Did you just send it just now? Because it's still downloading.
Just now, yep.
Okay. I've got like 50 messages that are downloading right now.
If not, go to Amazon and put, I did remote desk with clamp because it's a clamp that clamps on it and then it's a pole.
Oh, okay. The clamp. I thought it was just like a balance. Tell me, does it have any spin functionality?
I think it's spin. I haven't. They got those after obviously it wasn't there, but it looks like on the link it does.
With a clamp. Remote.
Because they're almost like
desk.
church pews in that. Yeah.
I'm getting like
go back and I can
lamps.
tell you exactly.
I'm getting lamps.
Hold on.
Oh, I
I'll
spelled
just tell you
clamp
exactly
wrong.
what I searched.
Remote desk with clamp. Laptop.
I can. Let me go see exactly what I searched. Hold on. Sorry. They're having a meeting in my office, so I didn't want to interrupt.
How rude of them doing actual work at a time like this.
Right? At a time like this.
I see laptop stand for portable. This is the same one that Amber sent me, and it looks like it's telescopic, so it adjusts.
All mount laptop arm desk, fully adjustable.
Hang on.
What is this? I'm going to put this in Twitter for you. That's what I'm going to do.
Yes, Twitter. Twitter seems to be working better than my Google Voice right now. Try Sorchick portable laptop stand. Okay, that sounds like a brand. Sorchick. Portable laptop stand. Okay, I think this is the same one Amber had. Or Amber's mom
linked that
provided.
over. Well, yeah, I linked that over now.
Okay,
And
I just got it.
your DM.
Just slid into the DMs here with a link and
Mm-hmm.
wow, is that it? Wally?
Mm-hmm.
They have a clamp. I thought they had like a flat base that spun.
Mm-mm. Well, they may have something different. Let me back up. They may have something different. But when I was in there and I was looking what they ordered, because I was like, that's weird. There's a clamp on that? Like, what's that for? And I didn't think anything of it. And then you had mentioned it and I saw that. And I'm like, I wonder if those are the clamp ones. I haven't got a good view of it, so I don't know.
Okay. Well, now we're all looking.
I can see if I can sneak in.
We're all
tomorrow.
shopping on Amazon for something
Right.
none of us need. Honestly, none of us need this. But it reminded me of my childhood.
I also don't need two curved monitors and an extra monitor and a laptop screen either, but I mean, I do, so.
I've not yet found the need for the curved monitor, but once I have one, I don't think I could go back.
I didn't think I needed one. I just really kind of like it because the one that we found, you can turn like portrait. So I do a lot of stuff like with Google Voice and stuff like that as a recruiter. So I throw that up there. It kind of curves in front of me, and all my text messages and my ATS database is in there.
Wow.
I love it.
A vertical curve.
Yeah.
That would mess with my head just a little bit. I have to save my money.
Like a video game.
We're buying a new recorder, a remote recorder for courtrooms for some of the cases that we're not following live, but we will be either posting on the Top Mark Media channel or following at a later point. So that's where the money's going next. But
So I heard chat say super chat gifting train. Is that what I heard?
No, I'm good. No, we're good. We're good on that one. Thank you. I appreciate that. Amazon has one brand name is Sorchik. I'm going to look for this Sorchik one, portable laptop stand.
Okay.
I think.
Oh, just want to give you a hint. I can try. Like I said, if I get down there early and to catch them outside too, I can try and ask too.
I'm not telling you to like tackle them and take it from them, but
Well,
if that happens, I will give you my shipping address.
Can you bail me out?
Just don't commit any
And I
crimes.
sent you something today.
Oh, thank you, Bree. All right, thank you. Are you? As far as your attendance in court ongoing, we're in the final week. Are you going to have an opportunity to go, or is work letting requiring your attendance?
We're seeing how we're going to see how it goes.
Okay,
it depends on how many people keep canceling out of my training class. No, I'm just kidding. I keep losing people. It's not really funny this week. But I'm hoping. So I'm watching today. What I really would like to do is get in for closing arguments and try to be there for jury verdict. Is what my goal would be.
Awesome. Wonderful. Well, Bree, you've been most helpful, and I appreciate that link as well. I'm going to find what I need.
If I tackle her, I do need bail money. FYI.
Then we would have to have a gifting train because I don't have that sort of money laying around. So because it's probably not a first offense for you. Thanks a lot, Bree. We'll see you.
Absolutely. All right. Bye.
Bye. Love it. Bree's been one of our court monitors, our court watchers. As we begin lunch, we need, let's see, I think we're coming back from lunch when? Did the judge say? Let me just double check here. We don't have, 7's live, so I need on 3. Just 1 second here. Got to make sure all my live feeds are not making too much noise. We're going to lunch. When we come back, we're going to continue, and we'll be back at 1:30 p.m. Mountain Standard. So it's 2:30. So we have an hour, 1 hour lunch, which is about standard. We'll be back probably after about 45 minutes or 50 minutes roughly. I'm not going to commit to one or the other, even though there will be a time on there. But we'll be back a few minutes before court starts, so we'll be able to talk and talk about food, which is always appropriate right after lunch as well. And then we're going to continue this afternoon's session from day 9. Day 9 of the Rust shooting trial for the armorer, Hannah Gutierrez. All right, defense is going on. Is there anything else? 1:30 their time? That sounds right. 1:30 their time. Anything else we need to talk about before we break? Let me check if I missed any super chats. I missed a couple yesterday, and I apologize for that. Let's see. Hannah failed at her industry standards that had nothing to do with training from Rust, says Mrs. S. Bernie Heaven says, I adore this content in chat and your good self, Scott. Thank you, R.A. Thank you, Bernie. Kind words. Pantoufle says, annoying when law enforcement messes up crime scene 101s. Tamara Curran says, try Sorchik portable laptop stand. This is the closest one. Tamara, thank you. So far, this is the closest match. We had a couple of gifted memberships, one from Bite Me. Danny Austin gifted 5. Selena K gifted a membership. Mrs. S, prosecution failed questioning this guy. I think that's true on both OSHA witnesses. Cachette gifted a membership. OG Sean White gifted a membership. I was late on this message from OG Sean White as well. Welsh Lady reads, I'm going to have to listen to the message you left me. I have not done that yet. Ellie Veldman gifted 5 memberships. Red Pen gifted 5. Red Pen gifted another 5. Debbie Long says, it's been fun. Wild ride with all of you. Thank you, RA and the mods. Much love for y'all. Greeners gifted 5. Corn Dog gifted 1. I think you guys were trying to hit Adam with your gifted membership. I think that was the goal. Lucky 13 says, I ordered a car camera and got hair oil. Yes, that was funny because we had the opposite of I ordered hair oil and got a car camera. So the two, that comment was hilarious. Nicole Sheen, welcome to the gallery. If we miss you, I'm sorry. Thank you. We've got at least 3 months of support there, Nicole. Holly Mack gifted 5 memberships this morning. Lots of gifts this morning. You guys are super generous. So glad I found this little corner of the world. Thanks, RA and mods and chat for making this fun. Let's see. Miss Marple, just a quick thank you for the great coverage. Replay crew here. Lady Draconis, thank you as well. New Mexico State with the Z's above for the state resting. That's a thumbnail suggestion. New Mexico State with the Z's above for the state resting. Got to think that one over. The thumbnail as it looks right now is right here. Let's turn off the Alec Baldwin counter. There we go. And I'll turn me off as well. There we go. Pixelated Church and the Pile of Poop were the latest additions. Is there anything we need to add? Something about the forgetting? Is forgetting going to be, how do we represent forgetting? No, we'll give it some thought. I don't think I'll change it over lunch, but let me know if there's something that needs to be added. Bianca, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much for that. Let's see what else we have. Melanis Law did the cha-cha-chas this morning. Death by Denny's from Lucky 13. They get a kiss. I think we caught all these ones back. This is back to the birthday song moment. So thank you. Thank you for all those generous people who gifted either memberships to other people who support the channel through memberships themselves or made a super chat or super sticker donation. That's what makes the world go round and what allows us to keep doing what we do, which is follow true crime. And you guys make it the best community on the internet to do that with. So thank you. Bite Me. Her shirt says, I want a Princess Buttercup too. Everybody wants a Princess Buttercup. Glad Buttercup is feeling better. Thanks for the updates. All right. Now we can listen to the music. Forgetting equals question marks. Question marks on chat. Maybe a calendar with a question mark on it. It's going to have to be small. Brain with question marks. We need to add a rattle. We have a rattlesnake, Twubble. That's why we have the rattlesnake. It's for the rattling dummies. We're lunching. We are lunching right now. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to do this all over again, but with more spiciness, I think. I think the two sides are ready to come to blows practically. Let's see. Thank you. Poop pile. What about this one? Tom, you missed yesterday. Here's what I'll say. If you missed the reference to why there's a stinky pile of poo on the thumbnail, you need to go to Twitter and follow TYO Toys. And he put out a little link. I think the SH word was said, I don't know, like 15 times, 16 times in about a 20-second span. It was with the witness, Seth Kinney. Seth Kinney said it, apparently in a deposition, and it was quoted and requoted and requoted and requoted very quickly. It was funny. It all says, judge's shirt, careful. The judge's shirt says it's Weather Watch's fault. Add some kind of timer because they're always late. Well, here, I'm late to say this. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live in about an hour. First person in chat, as always, wins the internet. Yeah, that could be you. Just make sure you click the subscribe button and then ring the bell. We'll see you guys after the break. Have a good one. Bye-bye.